Let's see. Bam. Bam. Oh, that don't work either. La 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 la. Okay. Okay. Bing. 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 What up, Josiah? La 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 la. What up, my brethren? That's what I'm talking about. Nothing much. Yeah. Does it sound different in here? La 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 la. I don't have the bed in here anymore, so it sounds like it sounds very reverby because there's not a bunch of fabric absorbing all the audio. Anyway, anywho's, where's it here? Here. There we go. Let's see what it sounds like getting. Does it sound loud in here? That's better. Okay, let's see. How you do that? How do we do it? Okay, let's see. Got some water. Oh, I got a lot. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Uh-oh. Hold on, what? Interesting. Hey guys, wanna work on it? Okay, let's see what this says. Fuck this. The family. Jeez. All right. Impossible, evil. The internet's an interesting place. Let's see what we can find here. 200. All right, we'll check this out. Let's see. They built skyscrapers. Hopefully it's not all AI. I guarantee it probably is.
Before the first steel beam was riveted into place, before the skyline of New York became what it is today, someone had to figure out how to hold it all together. Not with the welding torches you'd expect, not with any technology we'd recognize as modern, but with nothing more than a glowing piece of iron, 4
These
men,
guys are
and about 20
nuts,
seconds.
Dude.
The year is
Nuts.
1890.
Can you imagine?
Arc welding has technically existed for 5 years. Yet every foreman on every major construction site in America has quietly decided we're not using it. The metal is inconsistent, the electricity is unreliable, and there is no way, none, to look inside a weld and know whether it will hold or shatter under 10,000 tons of steel. So they found another way, a way so precise, so brutal, and so perfectly engineered to the limits of human muscle that it would go on to build every great skyscraper of the era. A way that would demand everything from the men who performed it.
Riveting.
And take the lives of more than anyone officially recorded. This is how they built the modern city. Without welding. Without cranes as we know them. Without a single safety net to catch the men who fell. To understand what they built, you have to understand what changed. Before the 1880s, a city's skyline was shaped by stone and brick, heavy, compressive materials that dictated everything. Walls had to be thick, buildings had to be wide, and height was a slow death wish, because every extra floor added thousands of pounds that the walls below had to carry. Then came steel. The Bessemer process, developed in the 1850s and refined over the following decades, allowed American mills in Pittsburgh and Gary, Indiana, to roll out structures.
My grandfather worked for Bethlehem Steel. So did my father. So did my uncle. A lot of my family. I'm surprised they didn't mention that. Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, was Bethlehem Steel It's from in the Baltimore one. They had like the big ship building facility.
Structural beams by the thousands,
What up,
each
Tiny
one
Lion?
stronger than iron, lighter than stone, and capable of carrying loads that masonry could never dream of. The critical shift was the skeleton. Instead of thick, load-bearing walls, builders began to assemble steel frames, networks of columns and beams that carried all the weight straight down through precise connections to the ground. The walls became skin, the frame became the body, and suddenly a building could go as high as the steel, and the men assembling it could reach. By 1900, the mills of Pennsylvania were feeding a construction boom that would reshape American cities forever. But the steel arriving at job sites in New York and Chicago was only raw potential. Getting it off the wagon and into the sky, in the right order, at the right time, was a problem no engineer had fully solved yet.
What up, TWC?
Every skyscraper of the early 20th century depended on a supply chain so precise, so fragile, that a single disruption could halt.
The guys back in these days, like they said that they don't even know how many people died during the process of building the skyscrapers because they didn't record the number of people that died from it. Play Skyrim and get to level 80 in one sitting. Jeez. We might I'd have to maybe we could do that tomorrow and start way earlier.
Construction for days.
Level 80.
Steel orders were placed months in advance, sometimes 3 to 6 months, for beams rolled to exact specifications at mills hundreds of miles away. Miss the order, lose your place in line. When the steel finally arrived at rail yards along the Hudson or East River, the real problem began.
Have you
Manhattan had no storage.
Have you got to level 80? How long did it take you?
Yards. No vacant lots. No open ground to stack thousands of tons of iron waiting to be used. The city was already full, so the beams went straight from the wagon to the sky. Horse-drawn carts, sometimes 6 abreast, threaded through morning traffic, timed to arrive at the job site in the exact sequence the iron workers above needed them. If a delivery arrived out of order, there was nowhere to set it aside. Work stopped. Time bled away. Money followed. This was just-in-time manufacturing, decades before anyone used that term in a business school. And it was entirely human. No computers tracking shipments, no barcodes. Just foremen with schedules, wagon drivers who knew the streets, and a silent understanding that when the derrick hook came down, something had to be on it. When labor strikes hit the railroads, and they did repeatedly in this era, entire construction projects froze mid-frame. Steel towers stood incomplete for weeks, open to the weather, rusting slightly at every joint. The skyscraper race was not just an engineering challenge, it was a logistics war. Here is the question that changes everything. If arc welding existed as early as 1885, why didn't they use it? The answer isn't ignorance. The engineers of the 1890s and 1900s were not unaware of welding. They had seen the demonstrations. They had read the patents. They had watched electric arcs melt metal together in laboratory conditions.
It's weird to see those. Look at this. Look at the. This is the crane, I believe. Look how many rivets. It's like 4 rivets every probably 8 inches or less. Because they didn't weld. Or maybe that's the crane behind it. I don't know what that. Maybe that is the side of the building. Man, that's a lot of connection points.
Patents. They had watched electric arcs melt metal together in laboratory conditions, but structural steel is not a laboratory, and the steel being produced in this era was not consistent. Carbon content varied from beam to beam, sometimes significantly, depending on the source ore and the precision of the furnace. A weld made in one part of a structure might behave completely differently from a weld made 10 feet away using what appeared to be identical materials. Under load, under wind, under the slow creep of thermal expansion and contraction, inconsistent welds could fail without warning. The second problem was electricity. Construction sites in 1890 were not wired for reliable power. Generators were expensive, unpredictable, and often unavailable entirely in the middle of a city block surrounded by nothing but mud and scaffolding.
You would wonder why they would need generators if they're in the middle of the city.
But the deepest problem was this.
That guy's welding.
You could not inspect a weld. You could look at the surface. You could tap it with a hammer and listen to the tone. But there was no way, none, to see inside a structural weld and confirm it had fully
Can you
fused.
imagine before computers how many beams each individual, like floor one, left, northeast wing, beam one of 17,400, joint one, rivet 2, and having to document all that down on paper, drawing everything out, making wooden models and then making metal models, studying everything, and no computers. Computers were people back then doing the computations with like slide rulers, not even like calculators. Calculators were people. That's crazy. What up, Avery? What up, bruh? Yeah, and then they just like right on the bottom of these beams, these created supports, they have like chalk telling them this is the beam that goes, this is the number of representation. You look at your paperwork, your blueprints to say where that beam's supposed to go. And then it's amazing what we've gotten done as humanity. Gotta commit. What up, Tom?
No X-ray machines, no ultrasound, no non-destructive testing of any kind. And so, the foremen and engineers of the skyscraper era made a choice that was, in its own way, brilliant. They chose a method they could see, hear,
Rivets.
and verify on the spot.
I don't know what
A method where every single connection was physically visible,
What's the word?
mechanically testable, and impossible to fake. They chose the rivet. A riveting gang was 4 people, no more, no less. And they moved like a single machine.
I don't know. Yeah,
The
Avery,
heater
though,
crouched
good
beside
coffee,
a small
by the
coal
way.
forge
We brought
mounted
it up
direct.
yesterday. This guy, he's a necromancer. He's not in the chat right now. He wanted to know what good coffee was, and I said, we looked up the website and everything. He didn't know if you guys shipped to India or not. Oh, oh, proper Australian greeting. Probably. So the morning brew was really good. Good morning brew. Sumatra, and the first one, not Norwegian. What's it called? Nicaraguan. Yeah, they were probably the Nicaraguan was probably my favorite so far. I still got a long way to go, brother. You sent me like a freaking month's worth. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Directly on the steel frame, sometimes at the edge of an open floor,
Yeah,
200 feet above the street. He worked a bellows with one hand and held a cluster of iron rivets in the coals with the other. When a rivet glowed cherry red, a specific, unmistakable shade that every experienced heater could read at a glance, he pulled it with tongs and threw it. Not handed it, threw it. The catcher stood anywhere from 10 to 30 feet away, watching the arc of the glowing rivet through smoky air. He carried a cone-shaped tin bucket with a blackened interior, worn down by thousands of previous catches, and when the rivet came, he snapped it out of the air and drove it into the prepared hole with a motion so practiced it barely registered as a movement. On the opposite side of the beam, the bucker-up pressed a heavy steel bar flush against the factory-formed head of the rivet, bracing with his full weight. His job was to hold, completely still, no matter what. And then came the driver. He carried a pneumatic hammer connected by hoses that snaked down through the building to a compressor on the street below. The gun weighed close to 15 pounds.
Gentlemen.
He placed it against the exposed end of the rivet and drove it, hard, rhythmically, repeatedly, until the soft red iron mushroomed outward into a dome shape, locking the steel plates together with a force that would only increase as the rivet cooled and contracted. The entire sequence, 20 seconds, start to finish. If the rivet cooled before the dome was complete, it had to be knocked out and the process started again. There was no fixing a cold rivet, no partial credit. You either drove it hot or you started over. On a productive day, a single gang drove more than 500 rivets. The sound of it, that rhythmic ringing percussion echoing off steel and stone and open air, became the soundtrack of the American
Blue Mountain Coffee.
Blue Mountain Coffee around coming.
I
Here you
don't
go.
think so. No. I do not think so. I mean, unless someone's made it for me, but not knowingly. No. No. But I have tried. These guys. Bam. Good stuff. Get you some. One of these days, Avery's going to get me a discount code. Jamaican Blue Mountain Coffee, awfully good, awfully expensive. The type of coffee that gets propped up and wins prizes and all that stuff. You just give New Hampshire Roasting Company a couple of years. They'll be winning. Jamaica Blue Mountain, we roast maybe once or twice a year. I guess it's a really expensive purchase. Like, you got to buy what do you buy? By the ton? Or by like the 80-pound bag or burlap sack? I think a discount code. We already have his new customer 10. Okay. I usually buy the Italian Gocchedero. Gocche? I don't know how to pronounce Italian. Damn, what up, Monk? Specialty coffees like Jamaican coffee, 50-pound barrels or something, or 50-pound, okay.
city for 3 decades. There is a reason builders trusted rivets with their lives, with thousands of lives, for over half a century.
Jeez.
The physics are elegant. When a rivet is driven hot, the iron is in its most malleable state. The hammer deforms it easily, shaping the tail into a head that is wider than the hole it was driven through. At this point, the joint is simply held together by the shape of the rivet. Then the cooling begins. Iron contracts as it cools, predictably, measurably, and with considerable force. A rivet cooling inside a joint does not just sit there, it shrinks. And as it shrinks, it pulls the 2 steel plates inward against each other with a clamping force that can exceed 10,000 pounds per square inch. The result is a joint that behaves almost as...
They have a lot of different types. I don't know if there's just a list. Yeah, the Ethiopian peppermint bark. I haven't tried that. Bed and breakfast, chocolate hazelnut. Honduras, I've got. Country blend, I've got. Yeah, they got a bunch. Where it's grown, specific soil and weather conditions, nowhere else in the world has. There you go. The amount annually produced is very small. Freaking whack. Dude, what up, Space Cow? Riddling. Uh-oh, he's going widescreen? Oh, jeez, this dude's freaking nuts. Excuse me, sir, you have some black coffee on your... Yeah, I scraped it off.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'm going to eat a little bit of this blue Play-Doh here. Let me just take a tiny snap like this. I'm going to eat it. Doesn't taste bad, actually. It's blue. So, yeah. Yeah, Play-Doh does not taste bad at all.
Yeah, dude, this guy's poop's gotta be freaking rough.
Subscribe to my YouTube channel. Follow my TikTok. I have got to go now. Bye.
Yeah, you're gonna freaking... Somebody, we won't talk about that right now. Yeah.
It's a single piece of steel. The surfaces are compressed together so tightly that even
Like, look
without
at all
any
of those
adhesive or
separate
filler,
pieces.
they resist both
Each
tension and shear
pre-built
forces across the full bearing area.
And then expansion.
Structural engineers testing riveted
expansion
connections
joints,
in this era found that
fitting,
properly
I can't
driven
remember what
rivets
they're
were
called.
extraordinarily
Everything's got to
difficult
be
to fail.
riveted together, and if
You
you
could
screw up, you're
overload them.
cutting out a rivet.
Given enough force, anything will fail. But under normal and even extreme structural loads,
No,
a
and
well-driven
these guys are
rivet
wearing
held with a
freaking
reliability
like cowboy
that impressed
hats
even
and
its
like,
creators.
like fedoras.
This is why
They're not
inspectors
wearing
on major
hard
construction
hats.
projects in the early 1900s developed the tap test, a simple hammer strike against each rivet head. A properly driven, fully cooled
Sound.
rivet rings clearly. A
What up,
loose
William?
or improperly formed rivet gives a dull, flat sound. Inspectors walked entire
Now you're gonna get me freaking copyrighted, Avery. Whack-a-doodle.
floors, tapping rivets, pulling the bad ones, and driving new ones in their place.
Rickroll.
You could
My name's
verify
Richard.
every single connection. That was the genius of the system. And in a world where welding offered no such guarantee, it was
Sorry.
more than enough. There is no document
Think
that
about
fully
how brilliant of a marketing move that was, though. Every single person that gets rickrolled, like that plays 3 seconds of that, has got to give a percentage of their stream or earnings to the copyright holders. It's freaking brilliant marketing move. Is that same building where the famous people have? Yeah, I think they're building the Empire State Building here. Man, you should look into saffron extract. Thing is the bomb. I've looked into it. I've never found a reasonable price. But I mean, I guess to check it out. But yeah, we can look into it. It's amazing how fast they built the skyscrapers back then. Right, nature's rhythm. Yeah. I didn't know if Live's got copyright. Yes, they absolutely do. And the thing is, so if I get a copyright, they do one of three things. They don't let me monetize the video at all. The copyright holder takes half of everything that the live stream gets in perpetuity. So if it makes $100 and I played, and it was 6 hours long, and I play 3 seconds of somebody's song, they get half of that money. And then, or the whole thing can be demonetized, just saying, yeah. So like sometimes it'll give you an option saying profit sharing, but it's not like, oh, it was 15,000 seconds long of live stream and 3 seconds of it was this percentage. That goes, no, they take half. It's crazy. Okay, let's check them out. Yeah, or they demonetize it, right? They demonetize it. Never again. Won all my chess matches. On the saffron. All right, let's check out Loretta's art. Boom. That's not it. There we go. Okay. I got Rick rolled. What up, Jim? Oh, Koi Story. That's cool looking. Damn. And your focus is getting better. Damn, that's really good. Is that pencil or ink? It's definitely dark. It looks like pencil, but I can't really tell. It looks good. It's in our building in England, our solid brick and stone back in the 60s. They throw up houses with crap cheap brick now. Yeah. And listen, the thing is, when they wrap a house with siding and they get the paint on and the putty and the trim to hide the framing and stuff, that shit's so dangerous. All right, let's see. There's one. I got one more here. I think I got a couple more here. Oh, I broke it. Koi Story artwork. Uh-oh. What up, ladies? Dun, 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 dun. You do really good drawings. Ink. Okay, it was ink. What up, plus? Already you have it in. You have done it again. It looks Japanese. Okay. Treehouse. Nice. Yeah, I need to really start getting to work on the gaming. I need to just do art for my games. Nah, it looks really good. I really like it. It's the type of style that I really like to see in like video games, and I want to start making more games. It'll probably be another week before I have time. Hopefully, tomorrow's pretty much shot for having a couple hours free. But yeah, hopefully within the next week I can get back to Space Crabs. But I want to make a couple of games in the next couple of months, short demos that just have some art and like a couple of minutes of gameplay to see if anybody likes anything. Then other people can jump on and start adding to. Yeah, it looks really good. You're beautiful as always. Go back to the koi story. Here we go. Yeah, that looks really good. I can see that tatted on somebody's back, like freaking, just not mine. Okay, all right, yeah. Okay, here we go.
It captures what it was like to
Look how
work on
big
these buildings,
freaking steel
but
slabs
enough
are.
first-hand accounts survived to piece
Handmade
together the
nuts and
sensory
bolts, big. Look at
experience,
that.
and it was overwhelming. The noise came first.
How many times do you think they
500 rivets
pinched
a
a
day
finger or
from a
smashed
single
a
gang
fingernail?
meant 500 rounds of pneumatic
Four-sided
hammering,
bolt.
each strike ringing off steel in a frequency that carried for blocks. Add multiple gangs working simultaneously on different floors, the hiss of steam from hoisting engines, the clatter of beam deliveries from the street below, and the constant low roar of the city itself. And you had an environment where verbal communication was simply not possible. So they invented a language. Whistles of different tones carried specific commands between
Damn.
hoist operators and iron workers.
You should start showing
One
that
blast,
stuff too,
go
plus.
up. 2 blasts, stop. 3, come down. Foremen used megaphones, then abandoned them when the echoes made commands unintelligible. What replaced them was a system of hand signals precise enough to guide a 2-ton beam through a gap of inches, refined over years by men who understood that a misread signal could kill instantly. The heat came from every direction. The forge kept a small circle around it uncomfortably warm even in winter. Freshly driven rivets radiated for minutes after installation.
Man,
In
how
summer,
many times
steel-
you think somebody like walked up and be like, "So, how's everything going, guys?" Son of a, for the 57th time. What up, John Golbani? John Golbani. Boom, 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 boom. I'm on the turlet. Learning riveting stuff while you're on the turlet. Okay, there you go. Show them off. You multiply quickly.
Steel beams absorbed sunlight until they were almost too hot to touch without gloves. Sparks from the hammerwork drifted downward and sometimes caught in the seams of clothing. And below
Oh,
everything,
he's so pissed.
below
He
the
had no
noise and
safety
heat and the
sandals.
precision and the
No
controlled
safety
chaos of it all, was the drop. An open, quiet, indifferent drop to the street below. Some men learned to stop seeing it. Others never did. But all of them worked above it, every day, without a net.
So I used to work at
Getting a man to the upper
gallery.
floors of a
Oh, there you
rising
go,
steel
cool.
skeleton was one problem. Getting a 2-ton beam there was another entirely. The solution was the guy Derek, a machine that sounds simple and was anything but. A tall mast, sometimes 50 to 75 feet high, anchored directly to the steel frame. 4 or more
I
wire
wonder if
rope
that's
guidelines
why,
stretched.
like baseball was such a big thing in New York. People throwing rivets. All right, let's see what Wackadoo's got again.
Mexican word a date. Urinate. If your lady asks you if you think she's a size 10, lie to her. Tell her, urinate. Mexican word a
Brilliant. Brilliant.
From the top of the mast
Urinate.
to anchor points on lower floors and sometimes the street, holding it against wind and the shifting weight of every lift. A steam-powered hoisting engine turned a drum that wound up thick wire rope,
Freaking
sometimes over an
whack.
inch in diameter, supplied by Roebling, the same company that had built the Brooklyn Bridge cables, and a single derrick with 50 to 100 horsepower behind it could lift 10 tons straight into the sky. But the derrick had one limitation that made everything more complicated. As the building rose, the derrick had to rise with it. The process was called jumping.
I guess so. I wonder if
Crews
it's
would
still in the
unbolt the
building.
base, slacken each guideline,
This is-
and
yes,
then use
that's
an
Space
auxiliary
Cowboy.
hoist to lift the entire mast,
Plus, I painted a
baseplate, boom,
mural in the
ropes and all,
hallway at the pool.
up to the next working
At the
floor.
hotel, also pool.
The
room.
mast hung briefly in open air, steadied by its
good.
guidelines, before
Bam! Plus Ultra got him a shirt. Get you one, guys and girls. Walk around with the new shirt. Where's my shirt at? Let me grab one real quick. All right, let's see. I don't even know where it's at. All right. Yeah. Get you one. Get you one. "110th grade, home of the Oxpeckers." Get you one. 110thgrade.com. Support your boy. He's trying to save the world. Plus Ultram. Plus Ultra Mega Super. Yeah, I've never done one. I mean, I've done lots of murals, but I was always assisting, and it was other people's art. Yeah, I'm not that, go take care of that, Space Cow.
settling onto a new set of beams and being re-anchored. Done correctly, jumping a derrick took a few hours. Done incorrectly, it could send 1,000 pounds of steel machinery off the side of the building.
Jesus.
On the Woolworth building, 792 feet, completed in 1913, derricks jumped every few floors. The coordination required was extraordinary. Never fewer than 3 guidelines under tension at every moment, signalmen at each anchor point, and the hoist engineer responding only to the signalman's commands. No one else spoke to the engineer. The consequence of a miscommunication during a jump was not an abstract risk. It was a very specific, very fast catastrophe. There was no laser level, no GPS, no digital alignment system of any kind. When an iron worker needed to line up 2 steel beams so that their bolt holes aligned, holes drilled to precise specifications at a mill in Pennsylvania, 2 weeks and 300 miles away, he had exactly one tool, a drift pin. A drift pin is a tapered steel rod. You drive it through the holes with a hammer. If the holes are slightly misaligned, the taper forces them into alignment as the pin goes deeper. Then you pull the pin, slide in a temporary bolt, and wait for the riveting gang. The entire precision of early skyscraper construction rested on this process, on the accumulated judgment of iron workers who had learned by feel and by ear what a properly aligned joint felt like. A beam that was out of true by a quarter inch on the 20th floor would compound into an error of inches by the 40th. So every connection was checked. Every drift pin was driven, adjusted, and redriven until the fit was right. The men who became expert at this were known as connectors, a word that
he was saying in the beginning of the video that there's not even, they didn't document or track the number of lives lost during skyscraper construction, which I find hard to believe unless they didn't want to, or unless a lot of the work was under the table. They had 50 people there that didn't belong there or whatever, and people died, and they were just like, ugh.
barely hints at the skill involved.
Pimpin' around.
Connectors worked at the leading edge of every floor, balancing on flanges 12 inches wide, guiding beams swung in by the derrick, judging by the way the load moved whether it would land true or need correction. A good connector could read a beam's approach from 40 feet away and know, before it arrived, exactly what adjustment would need to be made. No certification, no manual,
Yes,
just years of standing on open steel, learning what your hands already knew. In the
This
winter
is
of
before
1930,
World War I think he said it was 1913.
more than 3,400 workers transformed a city block in
1913,
Midtown Manhattan into the Empire State Building at a rate of 1 floor per day. 14 months from excavation to completion. Over
14 months, a year and 2 months from excavation of the land to finishing it.
Million
Wow.
man-hours of labor.
Yeah, definitely.
At peak construction, 3,500 men swarmed the site simultaneously.
Hungry people.
The official death toll, 5. Most historians believe the number was higher. In the construction culture of the era, a worker who fell and died on the way to the hospital was sometimes recorded as a street accident rather than a job fatality. A man who died from an injury 3 weeks later was often not counted at all. Families who pushed for investigations found the law firmly against them. Workers' compensation in New York, enacted in 1914, capped death benefits at $1,000.
Jeez.
The contractor's insurance agent cut
On
the
the East
check
Coast,
and
the
closed the
natives,
file.
worked high
The speed
steel,
itself was
remember that,
dangerous
yeah.
in a specific way.
I'm not very-
Buildings
I'm
rose
not
before
very
their lower
tough.
connections had fully settled.
I'm not very tough, but I'm pretty dumb. I painted customers room the wrong color today. Oranges and lemons say the bells of St. Clemens. Yep, definitely lots of slave labor, definitely.
and been tested
slavery's
under
larger
real
today
load.
than it was
Iron
during
workers
slavery.
drove rivets into joints that were still being
happens, at
loaded
least
from
never seen
above,
your life for
in
sense,
buildings
yeah.
whose frames were still shifting slightly as concrete was poured and fireproofing applied. They worked in conditions that would stop a modern job site immediately, not because they were reckless, but because stopping meant losing your job. The pace was not accidental. Developers had calculated that faster construction reduced financing costs significantly. Every day shaved off the schedule was money in the budget. The workers understood this.
What up,
They also
Tara?
understood that hesitating on a narrow beam
Did they like
while
the
a
wrong
swinging
color? I
load
didn't even
approached
think to
was
ask
more
him.
dangerous than
Yes,
moving.
yes.
So they
Plus,
moved.
Did they like the wrong
They
color?
always
Oh,
moved.
even better. I'm
When
gonna
the
give you a
last
bonus.
rivet was driven and the steel frame stood complete, when the derricks were jumped for the final time and the iron workers moved to the next project, the building was not done. It was not even close. Steel, for all its strength, has one catastrophic weakness: heat. At temperatures reached in a serious building fire, temperatures achieved within minutes of ignition in an office full of paper and wood, structural steel softens dramatically. A beam that holds 10,000 tons at room temperature begins to bend and sag at a few hundred degrees. The frame that took months to assemble can collapse in under an hour. So every single steel member in every early skyscraper had to be wrapped in terracotta tile. Every column,
Wow.
every beam, every connection. By hand, tile by tile, installed by bricklayers who followed the iron workers up the building floor by floor. The process was slow, deliberately,
Jeez, I never heard that
unavoidably
before.
slow.
I never heard they hand wrapped them in terracotta. Now I have to redo tomorrow. I mixed feature wall with oops.
Terracotta had to be cut and fitted around the complex geometry of every structural connection, around the flanges of beams, around the bolts and rivet heads, into the corners where columns met floors. Mortar had to cure before weight could be placed on it. There was no rushing the chemistry. On the great skyscrapers of the 1910s and 1920s, fireproofing added weeks to construction schedules. It was the invisible second project running beneath the visible one, slower, quieter, performed by workers who left no famous photographs. But without it, every one of those buildings would have been a disaster waiting for its first spark. The fireproofing crews are rarely mentioned in accounts of the skyscraper era. Their work disappears behind plaster and drywall and the finishes that make the building presentable, but the steel above you in any century-old skyscraper still wears its terracotta coat, and it is still doing its job.
I've never heard that before.
The skylines we walk beneath today were not built by
can I
machines
live
that
your
did
best
not
life?
yet exist. They were built by men who had almost nothing, no welding, no safety harnesses, no reliable electricity, no cranes as we now know them, and who built them anyway, who invented systems under pressure that no engineering school had yet thought to teach. The rivet was not a compromise, it was a solution, precise, verifiable, and so fundamentally sound that structural engineers continued to trust it for decades after welding became...
He's in a metal tube. He's in a metal tube, and they're slamming rivets with an air hammer. It ain't got no ear protection on it. The amount of sacrifice for the castles in the sky. Yep. You should look into it, Lamb. Just don't use copyrighted music.
Reliable. Some riveted buildings still stand under daily load more than a century after their last connection was driven. But progress has a price that rarely appears in the ledgers. The men who built these towers were paid in wages that seemed adequate for the risk and were not. The families of those who fell received a check for $1,000 and a form letter from an insurance company. The deaths that were not officially recorded left no trace at all. Only the silence of widows' funds established by iron workers' unions passed hat to hat among men who understood that the government would not take care of them. The buildings remain. The names are mostly gone. Every city in the developed world runs on infrastructure assembled by human hands under conditions that would be illegal today. The safety nets, literal and legal, that protect modern construction workers were written in the language of loss. Each standard, each regulation, each required harness and anchor point exists because someone fell without one. Look up the next time you pass a skyscraper built before 1940. What you are seeing is not just steel and stone. It is the record of what people were capable of and what it cost.
The album The Riveters in a Tube Metal Machine. I saw Lou Reed in concert at Pier 9 Pavilion, Pier 6 Pavilion, Pier 6 Pavilion in Baltimore. I think it was one of his last tours. Maybe. The desperation you must have had to continue working after seeing a colleague fall to their death. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Richard won't huff and puff. Blow the house down. Yeah, Jim. Yeah. Can imagine. You know, especially from freaking 90 floors up, like bouncing off of shit on the way down. There's a couple of Lou Reed Velvet Underground tracks on YouTube playlist. Check them out. Ridiculous weapons. Ooh, that looks cool.
Some people say that war is good for absolutely nothing, but it has encouraged militaries all over the world to create some insanely wacky weapons, from this personal helicopter to an anti-tank motorcycle, and of course, the sword whip. So get ready to lock and load as we explore all of this and more, charging into history's weirdest weapons that totally failed. Have you ever dreamt about owning a vehicle that combines the maneuverability and style of a motorcycle with the explosive power of a tank?
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, then look no further than the Vespa 150 TAP. Developed by the French military in the 1950s, the TAP was designed to be a nimble, lightweight vehicle that could provide explosive firepower on the battlefield. As you can see, the vehicle is quite literally just a civilian Vespa with a giant gun stuck on the side. But the scooter was outfitted with a reinforced frame, equipment racks, and customized gears that allowed it to accelerate faster and navigate rougher terrain. All of this was powered by a measly 145cc engine, but this still allowed the 250-pound monstrosity to reach speeds upwards of 40 miles per hour. The gun awkwardly mounted on the moped was an American-made M20 75mm recoilless rifle, a weapon that ejects gas out the back as it's fired to thrust the gun forward and counteract any recoil. This design typically allows large weapons to be fired by individual soldiers. And in this case, it allowed the 150 tap to fire without being completely destroyed. These shots packed a wallop, and the 150 was capable of firing explosive anti-tank rounds that were stored directly under the driver's butt. This meant that the little moped was able to go head-to-head with tanks, but you had to pray that you didn't drive over a dramatic speed bump while whizzing around the battlefield.
Only if you're wearing your
As if
110th
all of
grade
this
shirt.
wasn't ridiculous enough, the 150 was designed to be used by paratroopers, and the mopeds were parachute dropped out of planes alongside a regular Vespa that would carry extra ammunition. Between 500 and 600 taps were produced.
AI, it's going right through his chest. Look at that. Look at that. It's going right through his chest, out of his back. Freaking wackadoo. Finally escaped political and religious shit. Now come here. It just helps you cope. Yeah, you can. At least you can look good. If you know what else, if you know what you're, yeah, you know what the enemy is definitely. Yeah, definitely those things. Absolutely right.
And they even saw use during the French-Algerian War, which lasted from 1954 to 1962. But why were they never used again? Well, despite French soldiers appreciating the mobility, it was pretty awkward to use the weaponry. It just wasn't practical to shoot the seat-mounted gun while the Vespa was in motion. So to aim, you had to stop and reverse shimmy the vehicle until it was facing your target. This made you incredibly vulnerable to enemy soldiers and tanks. And essentially, it soon became clear that a Vespa wasn't the safest vehicle to use when getting around a battlefield. But a moped isn't the
Can you
craziest.
imagine running over a mine with that thing and then all those other rounds going off at once? What's up, Michael? Yeah. Your freaking boy bits bouncing up and down on a big ass freaking. Apparently, if you buy a flash car, it means you have a big exhaust. That was strapped on the side. It was strapped on the side. Look, that's it right there. The three right here, and 3 on the other side. So you had 6 rounds and probably 1 loaded. Yeah. Got a girl today. Finally, we exchanged Snapchats. 50 kilometers. There you go. What up, cat? Get Vin.
Use when getting around a battlefield. But a moped isn't the craziest place that a giant gun has ended up. That title goes to the gun helmet, a weapon that brings an entirely new meaning to the term headbanger. Developed in 1916 by American inventor Albert Bacon Pratt, the fire armor was intended for use during the First World War, and it features a mid-caliber firearm fixed to the front of a modified military helmet. Pratt's intent was to create a weapon that soldiers could aim simply by turning their heads, keeping their hands free. Finally, soldiers can fire a weapon and check their phones at the same time. But wait, I hear you ask, if you don't fire the gun with your hands, how do you shoot it? Good question.
Chocolate ganache covered cheesecake. Yeah, that does look good. It looked like there was a string going to the mouth, at least on the one that they actually showed the picture of. It looked like there was a string coming out of the mouth going to the top. So probably like bite. Hopefully they'll say, I'll pretend I don't want a bite of that cheesecake. Good old battered guy. Traumatic brain injury. Panache pancake, sure. Sorry. Ganache. Sorry.
With a mouthpiece you blow into, obviously. It isn't clear how this worked, but according to Pratt, you really could fire a bullet like a flautist.
A flautist?
He believed that one of the benefits to this was that it would allow soldiers to fire the gun in total darkness, or if they were blind, as people instinctively turn their heads toward danger when they hear it. Now, we here at BMAs support equal opportunity hiring practices, but I think most blind people would agree they shouldn't be your first
I'll get
choice
some by
for a
acting
rifle.
like that. Right.
In addition to other flaws like
not interested. No. Okay, maybe that's about it. Maybe that's
your
about
trigger tube getting pinched,
Right.
accidentally firing
So
when you
Richard,
sneeze,
if
or soldiers
nicotine
wearing the
plus
ridiculously
rapid
large helmets, bonking their heads on
So it depends what for. Let me see what let me see what dosing you're talking about. So there's a lot of interesting data on nicotine and low dopamine issues like Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's, slowing that stuff. It's a nicotine's a neuroprotective. Yeah, so there's a lot of interesting anti-parasitic action. But I do not know much about the artificial stuff, but there is like and Parkinson's. There you go. Research suggests an inverse relationship between smoking and Parkinson's. Right. Studies with nicotine, including patches and nicotine gum, potentially neuroprotective effects and symptom management benefits in early stage models. However, clinical trials have shown blah blah blah. But I've heard interesting things from people that would take old nicotine patches and put them between their shoulder blades on their spine and have like nights long of no symptoms at Parkinson's patients. Reduced tremors, all kinds of interesting stuff. A true CTE gum. The gum, yeah. I mean, I'd look what else is in the gum. But yeah, so it looks and a lot of there's a lot of it being distributed around here. There's a lot of people, a lot of very very smart people that say a lot of positive things about its benefits. So I mean, but I don't have any studies to say otherwise. The things that make rich people smoke cigars to get tobacco that hasn't been sprayed with pesticides and herbicides, weed killers, stuff like that. They want to get tobacco that's grown naturally, and then they get that, and a lot of them just chew on the cigars and stuff like that and use dip. I heard a lot of the gum damage from chewing tobacco, what theoretically wasn't caused, or hypothetically, whatever, wasn't caused from the chewing tobacco or nicotine. It was caused from the stuff that was sprayed on the tobacco, like pesticides. And now a lot of very rich people that still smoke cigars, but they get very, very expensive cigars that don't have any sprays on it. So if you can get the positive effects from the chemistry without the negative effects of like what else comes along with a cigarette. But yeah, for you, absolutely. To stop smoking, I would definitely do it. It's 100,000 times better than smoking cigarettes. Something turned up. I like to stick those nicotine things in my skin. I stopped smoking. I chew, place gum. Yeah, good. Yeah. I'm saying if it's for smoking cessation, then absolutely 100% better than smoking. Yeah, but that also isn't necessarily bad, as you know. Well, palpitations can be, but at what levels? So maybe don't go to 9 milligrams. Jump back as far as you can. He's secretly a Nepo child. I definitely ain't. How you doing, Sansu? I like the chocolate cigars. I remember those. Yep. What up, Katra? You're my favorite ethnic streamer. Thank you, Jim. Tobacco is harmful, has 200 carcinogens. Nicotine isn't carcinogenic. Don't burn it. Don't burn it. You just inhale a cigar, roll it around. Some people just chew on them, roll them around like in their mouth, and the buccal, the sublingually and buccally absorb the nicotine from the Yeah, Nepo's nepotism, yeah. What's the difference between e-cigarettes and standard? Oh, dude, you still don't want to do that shit. Listen, there's the oils and stuff that they use are so horrible. So, the heavy metals, absolutely bad. Yeah, if you're going to do them, yeah, there you go. E-cigarettes are banned in India. They should be. Cuban cigars, enough money can suddenly be something that seemed bad for you. Yep. That's true too. Bill Clinton taught me they used for something else. He taught me that too, brother. Take a chance. All right, brother. Eat a Tabasco breakfast. If cigarettes and cigars are smoked, the smoking is 2 layers. 2 layers. Uh-oh.
I was playing D. Oh shit! I'm sorry for that. Amateurs. Sack him.
Lovely lamb lunch in the recording studio. I cannot smoke without adding tobacco. Yeah.
You're never working in television again. I don't care if you know Lynn Perry.
Freaking wackadoo. Lovely lamb lunch, ladies and gentlemen.
Everything. The gun
smoked 2
helmet is an
cigars today.
obvious
I feel
recoil
unhealthy.
issue.
Yeah,
Imagine
I
if, when you
don't
fire a gun,
I
the
don't
pushback
smoke.
of the recoil wasn't evenly distributed along both of your hands and arms, but instead was placed squarely on your
jeez.
neck.
Can you imagine the whiplash?
Now, Pratt claimed the gun helmet design took this into consideration, but I didn't find any evidence of this beside him saying, "Trust me, bro."
Trust me,
So
bro.
you won't be
Trust me,
surprised to
bro.
hear that
Just
the
let me
American
get that
military
government
passed
contract.
on Pratt's dome rocker.
Oh, hell.
As the decades rolled by, however, the U.S. did see the utility of multiple different helmet-mounted devices, such as lights, radios, and HMDs, or helmet-mounted displays.
Give me
So it
2.
would be nice to think that the U.S.
Obviously,
military
breathing
took
smoke isn't good
inspiration
for your
from
lungs,
Pratt's
but that
device,
doesn't mean tobacco
and
is
from now
bad.
on, when it
Right,
comes to
right,
helmet-mounted...
Exactly. There's been... The dose makes the poison. How much of what are you getting in your body? What are you getting from burning it? What are you losing from burning it? What are you converting when you burn it? What up, Blue Sky? Testing. 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to share a UT vid shared by copy. All right, take out 1 second. Cigars hard to extinguish. Put it out in the palm of your hand. Be a man, or on your tongue. It's still unhealthy. I can't even imagine hiding in a trench because, I wouldn't like that stuff at all, brother. Not at all. What up, Jizzle? Okay, let's see. Let's see what we got going on here. What's Blue Sky got? What's Blue Sky got here? Bam, Blue Sky.
What if I told you that a single phone call may have just shifted the balance of world power
What do you think of the video the other night? I did.
in the last 2 decades?
All right, well, Blue Sky, we definitely ain't watching a 16-minute video on politics right now. Let me see what it's got to do with real quick. A significant phone call reportedly shifted the balance of global power, with the U.S. president demonstrating unprecedented negotiating skills against China. Key elements of this negotiation include leveraging American-made AI chips, energy resources, and strategic military control over critical supply routes, which can collectively underscore the U.S.'s dominance in global affairs. So that's really good, and it's actually amazing that China is going to be buying AI chips from us, which is pretty freaking amazing. And unbelievable. Somebody's going to get super wealthy off of that. Absolutely. What up, some non? YouTube doesn't allow you to post links, hard control the narrative when people are communicating. That's right. That's right. Doing it on the tongue doesn't even hurt your saliva. Right. I mean, try it with a cigar though. It'll evaporate that saliva real quick. Depends the size of the cigar. Cigs are good for you. President Ling Ching China. All right, Cap. Necro, the issue with tobacco is the issue with anything. It gives you dopamine. Phones, sex, drugs, food, caffeine addiction. You complain about tobacco and about the other things too. Right, you got to choose your battles. When they buying the AI chips from us, they ain't tainted? Probably. Tobacco has carcinogens. Right, yeah, because they can't trust anybody. And the thing is, one of the main reasons that they want, that China wants Taiwan is for the chip making fabs. Well, now that we have chip fabs in America, we've got a absolutely huge one that's going online or just went online in Alabama. Alabama or Arizona? Arizona. They can. Yeah, herpes. Yeah, there you go. Right. And you got ones that increase. Okay, still need to watch the panda, especially if you're not safe about it. That's right. So the simulating sex is good for the heart and cardio. That's why I'm gonna have to wait. That's why I'm gonna have to wait to have it. That's right. Wait until you're ready to get married. Wait till you find somebody you want to have kids with. Yeah, don't waste your time and your money on people that you're not interested in or that aren't interested in you. And them wanting to have sex with you doesn't mean that they're interested in you. They're just interested in doing something. City slickers breathe in a pound of brake dust every year. What's up, Julio? K Park, preventative social medicine. Julio. Yeah. Sex can be healthy in moderation like anything else, but you can say tobacco is bad. Right, but where are you getting your sex from? Are you getting it from somebody that you met on a dating app or somebody that you grew up with and you're like, let's sleep together, then okay, understood. But not just some, like, let's go on a date. I don't know you. I'm paying for your drinks so we can have sex and then, I never want to see you again type shit. No. Because then that breaks you, and then broken people break more people. So it just boom, 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 boom. It's just exponential. Don't get a lot of stuff done in life before you even worry about sex. What you need to do is you need to accomplish something in life, and then give yourself an accomplishment goal, celebration. Like, don't smoke weed and drink alcohol because it's Tuesday. Do it because you got a promotion. You started a business. You did something good. Not just because it's life's so stressful. Right, because you freaking started having sex and drinking with a bunch of people and everybody. I'm not getting my dexterous from anywhere. Freaking monk. I'm doing good, brother. Society's full of vices, in my opinion. Tobacco isn't worth of them. Yeah, let's try to stay away from as many of them as possible. Bam. Everything is excessive. Anything is horrible. Yep. Yeah, I agree. They want us wasting our time chasing butt, hiney, rather than doing stuff that can be of competition. The more people you can get starting to have sex and stuff at a young age, the quicker you can get them out of the game, out of your competition. I'm glad it worked. It went through. Basically called CEO NVIDIA, and the plane with him met up in president of China. I think he was kind of banned. Not sure. I know there was a lot of bad blood, right? Because they didn't want to sell them chips and whatnot. Yeah, no, it's going to be really good. I actually read up a little bit about that earlier today on X. Genuinely, if anyone's interested, do read K Park PSM book. Anything smoke? Yes, right, absolutely. Have you ever jumped off of a cliff into the water? Way better than sex. I have. Yes, we used to have this cliff we used to jump off of called Savage Mill. It was an old quarry, and so there was a bunch of different levels you could jump. Like this was a natural. It was a quarry. And then as they were quarrying marble or whatever down, they hit groundwater, which filled the quarry up. So they weren't ramps. You had to climb like trails, make your own, climb up to the top rocks. And yeah, but it was nice. It was really, really fun. A lot of fun. Too lengthy, but part of our curriculum. Do as much sex as you can for lose desire for it. That will cause you to lose desire because it never leads to anything good. Vices everywhere, and calling out tobacco is an outdated issue. No, it ain't outdated. It's still a big thing. People are vaping and stuff now. That's all the same thing. And weed. The biggest problem when it comes to vices is social media and the sex industry. Yeah, I agree. But the thing is, when you start getting around doing things that aren't good for you, you find people that also like to do things that aren't good for you. Like when you start smoking cigarettes, you find people that like to start smoking weed, and people that like to drink, and people that like to do coke, and people that like to freaking smoke whack-a-doodle shit. Yeah, it's just boom, 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 boom. If you're not even partaking in the bad behavior, stuff like that, it takes you longer to go off. If you ever get on the train going on the wrong path, remember to get off at the next stop. Don't stay on the train for 50 years. The reason sex is bad outside of a committed relationship is it bonds you to the other person on a spiritual level. You want to be lifelong commitment, like blue jays or swans. Right, and people do not understand that. People do not understand why people that have had sex with lots of people go freaking crazy, because you still have a little bit of remembrance of that time you spent with each person. You'll still hear the little bit of them and see them, and the more of those voices that you put in your head, those soul ties, it will drive you nuts. Don't do it. Luckily, I don't pander to the urge for cheap thrills and shadow. Lie much. I never got a CDs. You freaking wackadoo. No, not good for you. There's a cliff in Lake Norris that's 15 feet, but you can go up a hill next to it for like 60-foot jump. Tobacco is still an issue, but the tobacco itself isn't the problem. Right. But people don't say, I want to try tobacco, let me grow a tobacco plant. People say, I want to try tobacco, let me go buy a pack of cigarettes, and that's the problem. People don't say, I want to see what drinking's all about. I want to see what alcohol feels like. Okay, how do I make alcohol? They don't do that. They buy a product which is made to be, they want you to keep buying it. So they put shit in it to make it as rewarding as possible for repeat use. And that's the point. Tobacco and alcohol are major causes of cancers, right? And why, if you like, why is a big thing. Tobacco is big because the cyanides convert things like B12 into cyanoversions, and it also pulls so that leads. Okay, anyway, my point is, plant itself. Right. It's not tobacco that's the issue. It's tobacco products that are the issue. Japanese sex robots for $1,000. Yep, humanity going out the window. Later comes unlucky when you got cancers. Yep, pesticides are definitely a problem. Definitely a problem. No, we're not. What's up, Mr. Plod? No, we're talking two aliens. Hello, what up, basketball? Let's not blame tobacco and alcohol without blaming the pesticides too. Right, that's the biggest problem. Look at the pesticides and herbicides that are found in our products, in the tobacco and alcohol, because our grains are sprayed with all these things too, and then the grains are used to make the alcohol, the alcohol beverages that you buy. That's why you should make it yourself. It's super easy. It's super cheap. Tobacco is harmful with or without pesticides. Period. In every way, shape, or form? At what dose? Everything is. Listen, you can't just be you have to explain it. Why and at what dose? So here's the thing. Tobacco can, if you eat a tobacco leaf, it's not harmful to you, right? If you eat a tree leaf, it's not harmful to you. But if you eat 25,000 tree leaves that you have no idea where it's from, and it all depends. And it's how it's served, what's done with the leaf, what's been sprayed on the leaf, everything. But there's a reason that humans use tobacco, and one of the big reasons is it's one of the best forms of parasite control that we've had until the chemical revolutions. Right, but the thing is, because it's bad, it can also be bad for parasites. So is it one use? Is it but addictive? The addictive nature of it and how people consume it is definitely bad. I'm just putting cigarettes out on my unfinished omelet at Denny's. Brother, I used to do the same thing. Camel Lights. We should just push cleaner industries at them. Yes, don't use pesticides to grow these things quality. Right. I agree. Yeah, alcohol the same way. Yep. right? And the thing is, it's going to damage your body, but living damages your body. Your body can repair itself. The thing is about alcohol is that people keep going and they take it to extremes. Yeah, alcohol, it'll kill you. And if it wasn't doing that stuff, it means and if I was doing that stuff, it doesn't mean I am having issues with my kids and failure to address my deeper issues. Just to make that absolutely clear. Inhaling smoke's bad. Yep. Yes. Yep. I've never done it. I want to do it sometime in my life, though. I want to grow at least a tobacco plant. Yeah, I agree. No, they're burning organic chemicals in pure tobacco cigarettes. Right? Yeah, don't smoke cigarettes. Don't smoke cigarettes. But we're not. I'm just talking about burning is a very bad problem, right? The robot will only take your money. Right, and won't leave. Right. We had a lake. We have a lake and cliff called Overlook, 60 foot from the top, 30 foot from the middle. We even jump in the dark. The one that I'm talking about, it was illegal to go to, so we had to sneak in at night. So we always had to do it at dark. We always had to go at nighttime. Alcohol in moderation, if you make it without the pesticides and crap, isn't necessarily as bad. Right. Just moderate. Right. And remember, we wouldn't have gotten to where we are as humanity without alcohol because we wouldn't have been able to expand. We had to make beer to kill the bacteria in water that would normally kill us, even before we had proper water filtration, chlorination, and whatnot. So it was required for us to get to where we are. I want to be the Marlboro Man. Do it, Mr. Palad. The level of mental illness to buy a sex robot. The level of mental illness to think you're a cat. There's no moderation. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Not for a lot of people. I'd walk a mile for a camel. I remember that advertising. Everything you eat is pesticide if it's not organic. That's true. Also, I am completely not falling apart. That's good. Search it and end the debate about pure tobacco smoking. There was no debate. I already said it was. We know it. Smoking tobacco. You said tobacco use. I'm talking about smoking it. Tobacco use, like chewing tobacco and stuff, isn't an issue unless it becomes a daily occurrence and starts doing things. Tobacco smoking is the inhalation of smoke from burning tobacco, most commonly in cigarettes, which pose severe health, causing 480,000 deaths annually in the U.S. and 7 million worldwide. Addictive due to nicotine and damages every organ, causing cancer, kidney, and lung. Okay. Okay. So here it says eating or ingesting tobacco is dangerous, can lead to nicotine poisoning. Okay, so what are the levels? Even if swallowed, it absorbs into the bloodstream. Early phase, late phase, severe complications. But let's see what people have to say here. Let's see. I don't feel like getting into it. The indigenous people snort tobacco here. Yeah, snuff. I'm familiar. Yeah, snuff. Yeah. Nasal snuffing involves inhaling finely ground tobacco powder. This smokeless bypasses the lungs and allows nicotine to absorb through the mucous membranes. Yeah, dry snuff. Yes, he took it any way he could. He used to get intravenous that. We have a word limit here. I'm trying to take medical complex words here. Yeah, I remember Virginia Slims. You've come a long way, baby. Glass of wine. Dude, I saw an advertisement today for a 10-gallon or a 10... Was it 10 gallons? Costco jug of wine. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, right. Look at that. That's a 10-gallon bucket of wine now that you can get at Costco. Not nearly as bad. Cannot explain pathophysiology here. Right. That's don't drink alcohol. Bro, if you can't eat tobacco, I saw date a cigarette with onions. Please freak my brains out. Oh, jeez, get your lungs your lungs can donate if you just smoke weed. Don't do that either. That means you're gonna have to die in order to donate your lungs. If my life is so bad, why is there 7 to 8 billion people in the world? Right, and why do people have sex and want to have kids? Right, because they're just advertising the negative parts. And people that have good lives aren't on the internet often. I live in Wisconsin. Everyone here drinks. I see the difference between people who moderate and people who don't. You can drink at a safe amount unless you have some sort of medication. A human DNA records everything. If your grandfather smoked, right, it's called epigenetics, above genetics. There's DNA coding above our DNA. So, like, this is why the whole scientists they don't exactly know what they're talking about. And new stuff keeps finding. The better our tools get to look into our self, the more complex it gets and the old shit goes away. But they're already selling billions of dollars worth of courses for science that they already discovered. And they don't want to update it because then they have to say, oh, all these other, stupid. Moderate sex. Alcohol is a carcinogen even at low doses. Yeah, it's not good for you. Wild tobacco grows in okay, I think. Yeah. What up, Vibrant Bro? Rip Travis. He saved 4 people with his donation. Not talking about addiction. Marijuana on a man, but I am marijuana man, but I am in great shape. And I'm fine, but people go crazy. A lot of people go crazy. Yeah, and listen, because people think it's a game. They think it's a game, and they eat 500 freaking milligram edibles and stuff. They don't have any idea. Yes, right. And you test it, you don't know. You need to use alcohol for strong tincture. Tincture. Yeah. You need to use high percentage alcohol for extracts. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, okay, standing and brushing your teeth. By that standard, brushing your teeth is unhealthy. Walking outside, breathing pesticide. Yeah, it definitely is. Have you tried only doing 1 puff of weed? A necromancer. Staring at your phone is unhealthy. Not the same thing, Cadra. 7 joints and a bong. 6th grade. Wow. I haven't counted on my college years. Same genius in Korea ate mushroom and invented Nintendo. Yeah. But remember, Nintendo's already been invented. Jim. A girl at my old high school thought she was a fox and took a dookie in the halls and tried making school in litter boxes, and they actually contemplated it. Jeez. If a little alcohol is bad, then how's those anesthesia? It's not. Yeah. It's not water. It's going to do some damage. Yes. Yeah. But if you don't, as long as you don't keep doing it, your body can heal. What up, Robert? Roll back. Now I'm smoking puberty very bad. Maybe in the near future we'll have cheap transportation to Cuba for tobacco rolling classes. It'll happen. Looking up edibility of wild mushrooms, I often find contradicting ambiguous testimonies and categorization because people's homeostasis varies quite a bit. Right. Like when you see a bunch of buddies go out and like say, oh, mushrooms, and 7 of them eat them, 1 of them dies, and the other 7, don't. And we're like, I thought it was kind of enjoyable. And also people have allergies that other people don't, and weird shit happens. All right, Lamb. Yeah, right. Except for Michael Jackson. Do you receive genital anesthesia daily? A lot of the soccer players take that snuff. That's what I remember, soccer players, yeah. I grew up near a snuff mill in Byfield, Massachusetts. Man, I had once for wisdom teeth, just had like alcohol once or twice. I'm comparing it like how often I've had both. Monk even saying a tiny bit of alcohol is bad. Sweet tender Robert. All the rich people use Costco, all of them. Yep. What is bad. I see people dying on their bed with cystics, abdomen, liver cirrhosis, families destroyed and whatnot, even COPD, lung, small cell carcinoma. Yeah, don't drink. I do it myself being a hypocrite, but I don't want anyone else to do it. Right? Do what I say, not what I do. They test your hair and can tell what you're doing. Yep. I don't smoke anything. I never have. Proud of this. Good. Don't. Be able to say that when you're 40. Red wine in moderation is the best form of alcohol. So this is what I wanted to show here. So this is a 10-gallon bucket of Cabernet Sauvignon, California Sauvignon grapes, at freaking Costco. Hell yeah. I do bad things, but I don't lie to myself saying these things aren't bad. Things aren't bad in moderation. Yeah, we do only live once, but you don't need to suffer the whole time. I have a video that's kind of retarded related. All right. All right, drop it in the Discord. Yeah, you'll see it a lot. You'll see it a lot, Katra. It'll be one of the biggest things you'll see your friends deal with. Billy Idol, don't drink, don't smoke. What you gonna do? Loretta, bad girl. Only if they were pregnant. Why do you think Kirkland was last? Why did I think Kirkland was local? No, they're not local. Absolutely not. I don't know. I think he just stopped in to say hello. What's up, Sylvia? You drink your shaga. I never tried shrooms. Can't comment. I can. Trust me, you can't pay me to smoke anything ever. Good. I appreciate you too, brother, sir. Jacob, thank you for swinging in, my brother. My dad has a Costco membership. What up, Andrea? What up, freak? Mickey's Big Mouths. I'm not talking about hallucinogens. I'm talking about gourmet mushrooms like chantilly, oyster mushrooms, and everybody thinks talking about drugs when talking about mushrooms. Yep, that's what I thought you were talking about. Gourmet. I'm getting one from my mom. Careful what you say with cowboy about brownie here. Yeah, mushrooms are food. Shrooms are fun. Yeah, that's pretty much all I eat too. I mean, if someone makes me something with you know, I've had lots, and I've got turkey tail and stuff that grows out in the yard. What up, Ahmed, brother? Tom Fresh is better looking for one going. I'm addicted to weed and Klonopin, not cigs or alcohol though. Yeah, dude, that Klonopin's rough stuff, brother. Been there, done that. Rich, eat the shrooms. I do eat them. Once I had a friend who told me I eat mushrooms. I don't eat shrooms. I don't mess around with nothing no more. I'm getting old. If don't smoke, God, it was heartbreaking to hear. Just like I draw and stuff. Once I had a friend who told me if I don't smoke, it was heartbreaking. He's a forager, related to epigenetics, above genetics. That's right. Costco is a like a box, not even a box store. It's a memberships store. It's like a very, very big grocery store. They sell TVs and you can get cars there, and you can buy like ounces of gold and silver, and like it's a membership club. So things are a little bit cheaper, but you pay a monthly membership. Yeah, it's got everything in it though. It's got like you can get swing sets, and you can go get a side of. You can get like a steak, like steaks to take, not cooked. It's not like restaurants. It's like basically like a shopping mart, like a big ass Walmart, Sam's Club. Basically, is what it's equivalent to. Mushrooms are good for the brain. Very good for the body and brain. Absolutely. There's lots of very good compounds in mushrooms. A lot of very good. Take chaga with lemon. I've read 3,000 research studies and papers with coffee and mushrooms. This is bull. I don't know. Hold on. Coffee with mushrooms. I know about people make coffee, like fake coffee, like coffee replacement made with mushrooms. I've had mushroom. I've had lots of different nootropic mushrooms, powders and whatnot. Not coffee. Yeah. If you walk in a gigantic, but it's crowded as F. If you have to walk your cart narrowly, avoid kids running in front of you. They have everything: clothes, food, furniture, gas. Yep. What kind of shrooms, Tom? It's amazing. You can get prescription glasses and tools. Yep. What's the most controversial character in history from your point of view and least understood? Pontius Pilate. Yep, they have a pharmacy. You can buy gold. I can buy you gold and silver, Catra. Let's go. Polyphores, Santrels, oyster wine caps, whatever happened to find in the woods. It's ADHD personified as a business. Machiavelli, yeah, it's a good one too. Machiavelli's a good personality, a good character from history that's misunderstood. Admiral Byrd, definitely Admiral Byrd. You think you can buy gold at Costco? Yes, you can buy ounces. I think you can buy 10-ounce gold bullion Costco. Yeah, look at this. Precious metals, gold and silver bars. Yeah, so there's 1 ounce. Lost it. 1 ounce, 10 ounce bars, 10-ounce rounds. That's gold, silver, silver. Yep. There's lion mane and circulating around too. Yeah, I heard a lot about lion's mane. I got my sugar people in here. And the Prince's right. Once I'm in America, we can go to Costco together and I can buy you gold. It doesn't grow around here, but if I have close relatives that have one. What's something you wish to understand the most about reality and what seems intractable to humans? Right now, what I want to know most about reality is the chemistry side of it. Chemistry. So much chemistry, even chemistry that's taught, especially when it comes to... I want to know what works, why it works, how it works, and because most of the bullshit that we're sold comes down to us not knowing enough about how chemistry works in our body, biochemistry. I extracted lion mane from a website. Oh, you got extract. Gotcha. Did nothing. It was probably bullshit. Costco member, so they've got a $60 membership and a $100 membership for the masters or whatever it's called. Where is it at? Membership. That's a shopper's card. Where's it at? Exclude 130 and 65. Executive members 130. Give you 2% back. Earlier shopping hours. $10 monthly credit, same day delivery, you get Costco travel, business services, executive only service benefits. You can shop online, same with that though, yeah. So there's a bunch of extra jamulators. Blue Sky, the amount of you save on gas and groceries is way higher than $60. I agree, especially now. You mean how chemistry leads to consciousness? Yes. How I don't think chemistry leads to consciousness. But that's what's taught to us. We're taught that an accidental chemical accident led to life. However, there's no proof of that, and that's the problem. There's what's called low confidence evidence. And when you look at the actual chemistry, time degrades chemistry. And the people that are telling us that we've got billions of years, that's not the way chemistry works. You don't have billions of years. You've got hours, not billions of years. Anyways, but that's what I want to. That's what I want to make sure I get the most knowledge in, and then about our own bodies, about how calcium ions work in our bodies, how our bodies actually turn food to ions. Like we don't eat when they say your body needs iron, it doesn't need metallic iron, it needs iron ions. Well, how does it take metallic iron, very little bits or iron compounds? How does it break the sodium off of the iron or whatever, and just use the iron one way and sodium the other? And it's much more complex dance. Most natural things are about keeping them into your diet, daily preventative supplementing system. Rare natural cures are out there. There definitely are. There definitely are a lot. The problem is things like our liver. Our liver acts as a store for a lot of things. And when something happens, that store is taxed. And we don't have what we need at those times. And things like mushrooms and I mean other foods and whatnot and even like supplemental type stuff is what we need to keep our stores filled. Hey Rich, please suggest me a genuine lion mane extract. I do not have. I don't have one online. There's a store down the street from my house that makes extracts and tinctures that I go to called the Herb Shop. But I mean, they won't ship. If they won't even mail it. Everything is in a it's a cash only type place. You go into the store and they've got some stuff, but the stuff that's made from the people there, you buy it with cash. I want to try that neuroplasticity. You should absolutely look into neuroplasticity. You should look into nootropics and the mushrooms that'll help you with that. The thing is, you have to trust the people that make them, or else they'll just give you flavored, colored water or oils and add a little bit of alcohol to it so it tastes like it was extracted. I suggested eating lion's mane, but they're expensive. Yeah. You shouldn't. Meditation will work, right? But you also want to help on the chemistry side of things too, because having the correct compounds in your body when meditating and it's both sides of the equation. Yes, right. That's a problem. Trusting people is the biggest problem. This is why lying is so damaging. Tom, mushrooms are incredibly easy to grow. Yeah, it depends what kind, but they are. Like, they're definitely easy to grow. But if you're trying to grow, especially rare mushrooms, if you've got any other yeast in the air and stuff like that, any of that stuff can damage. A lot of times, temperature shifts can damage them or kill them off completely. So if you want to grow them, you can make a greenhouse type thing or a dark house and air condition it, heat it, whatever you need to do to keep it in the temperature band that it needs to be in. But yeah, you can definitely do it. Treat is good. Catra. I have 5 varieties. There you go. Herm. Other than Chicago, no one goes. Where's Pam? Hey, there you go, brother. Thank you, basketball brother. $10. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. Thank you, brother. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, hell yeah. Thank you, my friend. Feels like the cells are always somehow conscious. Also, for example, like our DNA replication, where factory works wonders, right? And this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you look at what happens on a cellular level, subcellular level. You look at DNA repair, at how it unwinds this 6 feet of DNA, unzips it, reads each side, and has the machines to repair damage and then unzip it, put it back together, and do this billions of times a day. And the machines needed to repair and copy DNA are created by the data that's in the DNA. So it's like you wrote a computer program that contains the computer that you used to write the computer program. Yeah, but way more complex than that. Basketball, if you wanted to lend me money, you should gamble to see if you can gift me a membership. Indian pipe is a good secret for pain. There you go, piece of pipe. People have been using that for a long time. Yeah, I like it. Catra, my member, I'm a member in my best Gilligan's Island Millionaire voice. I'm a member. Not sure for California, yeah. I'm poor for sure in California. That's not good, brother. Just grow mushrooms. All needs a shelf in a closet. And yeah, I mean, as long as you have the temperatures right in your house, yeah. And then if you're talking about magic mushrooms, that's different. He's talking about for nourishment. Sky Twins need to help them pay for this. Horse boy. Horse boy. Controlled humidity and temperatures too, but yeah. That's absolutely feasible. Only $25.70 a tractor supply for lion's mane. That's good. Well, it's up to you, brother. That's up to you. You should believe in both. Remember, the medicine that you're practicing has only been around for less than 100 years. So something kept everybody alive, and something kept everybody well up to the point where modern medicine was created. Why not know both? Why not know both? And of course, you can't, not all of it, but look into it and see what there's data for. Especially look into American and Chinese studies on what we looked into on Ayurvedic medicine. Because we found a lot of truth in it, but a lot of bullshit and other things too. But there's no need to throw everything out. Well, we got modern medicine. Who cares? Well, why use the modern stuff if you know? You should have both. You should have both. It's like the same thing. When you have a gun and you have a bayonet on it, you don't want to use a knife because now you have a gun. But when you run out of bullets, you're going to use the knife, right? Be prepared. You recall how hot I am. I couldn't figure out how to gift this up. Yeah, you have to just donate it to the channel and it goes randomly. But that's how it works. If you you hit the gift button and then you go to membership gifting, but you can't give it to individual people. It just goes to somebody that's subscribed. Meditation either. I feel like moments of very deep focus and thought without trying to trigger them. I feel like moments of very deep focus and thought happen with that. Then that's good, right? Then that's good. That means that most people don't have enough quiet in their life to hear themselves meditating. Like when your brain's trying to slow everything down or tell you something, communicate something to you, so to speak, and everything's too noisy. People are listening to music all the time, talking all the time, listening to music all the time, listening whatever. They don't have any just dead silence to actually hear what's going on. The mushrooms outside the dirtiest environment, trust me, right, but it depends what mushrooms. There's a reason all the mushrooms don't grow in your backyard. You can't go outside and say, I want one of each of 200 mushrooms, because they're all not going to grow there for one reason or another. But yeah, I mean, if you get the spores and you give it what it needs, and yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But like I said, yeah, but you don't have all the mushroom species growing outside in your yard, and some don't grow in some countries, but could if you gave it the right environment and seeded it. Sauteed it, spored it. California, that's all pay a governor vacation time. Yeah, that's right. Freaking wackadoo, freaking California. Some require very particular soil composition, right? Yep. Yeah. Some the soil is too much potassium or too little nitrogen or too much, right? And that's why some grow on the soil and some grow on decaying wood, and yeah, it all depends. Like in my area, we have a lot of red clay, so we don't have a lot of mushrooms just popping up out of nowhere, because we don't have, and a lot of the soil that we have is just, it's only like an inch layer of soil that was artificially put down with sod and stuff. So you'll only get mushrooms that are transplanted around by bird droppings and stuff on like rotting wood. You don't just get them popping up everywhere. You recall, I'm a princess of this cat. Monk sitting about me gold. Perhaps I remember. What up, Scott, brother? I heard a song. All right. Thank you, brother. Is that what that text was? Is that you? Okay, I got you. All right. Yes, digital footprints are absolutely real. Tom, don't forget the crap mushrooms. I love crap. Right, those are shrooms. Cow crap mushrooms. Anyone cares about it anymore? Do you recall why we're not cuddling yet? American system is itself the Antichrist beast, unfortunately. The old Antichrist was Rome. The modern ones in the U.S. will fight Jesus is ruled by Satan's spirit government, not the people. Yeah, well, it's looking that way. It's definitely looking that way. But, you know, as the story goes, someone will come to defeat it, and we'll, whether that's happened yet or not, we don't know. That would be still Sammy, my dream. I'm laying on my couch. And do you think tin tuna has a high risk of mercury consumption? So listen. No, I don't. It does have some mercury in it, but it also leaves you also. So the accumulation that you get, you would have to eat an ungodly amount over an ungodly amount of time, and a lot of it chelates and it comes out as it goes in. You would have to, like, if you had an only tin tuna diet for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for months and months and months and months and months, then they might be able to find an elevated level of mercury that may get close to scary. But no, it's not something I worry about. And that's something that I did worry about as a youth. It was something that scared me away from eating tuna fish. But the benefits of eating tuna is higher than the mercury downside too. My father takes Ayurvedic and Western medicine. When I feel like sick or something, I will look into it. I'm young. It's all right, brother. I'm here to help. I'm old. Talking about gourmet wild mushrooms. And think about the corporate need for you to think that way. Like, why do you think modern medicine preaches that Ayurvedic medicine doesn't work? Because they don't want people finding out that it does. They're trying to protect their profits, protect their sales. So it's okay for them to spend a couple $1,000s a year just dropping seeds, telling people that Ayurvedic medicine doesn't work online, pay a couple of government bought influencers online. So people are like, oh, that stuff's fake. I know it's fake. And then millions of people hear that, and and it steers them away from it. But yeah, learn it, and because you have your local propaganda and we've got our local propaganda, you should look into what our medicine system says about your Ayurvedic medicine, and you should look at what China and Japan say about yours, because they're using it, But I mean, obviously not everything, but find out what they use that works. Yay! Recall ancient people would have burned me. Yeah, they would have. No. So right here at the bottom, where the dollar sign is, right here, it says membership gifting right there. So you click on the same button you did for the super chat. I know this. Oh, maybe not. What country are you in? I know some countries don't have that. I took a num. Mushroom book this. Hey, thank you, brother. Look at that. Coming in hot. Thank you, Necromancer, brother. Yeah. It's going to be a good stream. Thank you, my friend. Hey. I don't like mushroom books on my toy trains. Donations are more fun when it's membership. You're trying. I've yet to receive my salary. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Back home from my grandpa pushed after mowing in the backyard of my coffee. Tell him the time. How big's your grandfather's backyard? That's like the 6th day in a row you've been mowing it. How you doing, TW? I like puffballs, the other Amanita muscaria. Yeah, Scott, internet watcher, he forages them right around his house in the Netherlands. He's got a bunch of videos on his channel. They creep me out. My very first super chat. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it being me. Thank you very much. Thank you, brother. Jesus himself will defeat it. The first incarnation of Jesus, the people failed him, and the divine state had to wait 2,000 more years. Also, all the prophets are coming back with him. That's what I'm waiting for. And that's what it seems like's happening, brother. If I have a mushroom tip, does that count? Did you know that when cordyceps take over an insect that affects the muscles, not the brains, the insect's fully aware it's walking towards its death? That's what I heard. I've asked ants and crickets and stuff, but they never responded. I doubt it. I mean, dear allergenic. I doubt you'd be here if you tried consuming it recreationally. How's the Jesus Chrysler? I hear the mafia is involved in the mushroom industry big time. I guarantee it. Anything that's profitable and a profitable intoxicant. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Essentially, all the prophets and messengers already exist today, incarnated in different bodies. That's right. We're just waiting for this. We're waiting for the masks to fall back. Are you giving me your spores? Come and get it. I've also noticed, has anyone else noticed the For You page suddenly filled with Michael Jackson stuff? I haven't looked him up. My stuff just flooded with. So that Michael Jackson movie came out the other day. So they're probably pushing a lot to their marketing budget. So they're giving a lot of money to influencers and TikTokers and YouTubers and whatnot to make videos to promote so people think, oh, I want to see the movie. Yeah, so it's for that. Did you experience it properly? Does it add some citrus juice or apple cider to control the acidity and unlock its fuel? That's right. So citrus juice, citric acid in it. Maybe we shouldn't be talking about that. Yes, but that's correct. I'm doing an interactive stream. Can you check it, please? Just type in play title to the video stream. I'm ready. All right. You can play it on your own stream. Just check it. Okay, what am I doing? Bang play. All right. How far back am I? Oh, there he is. Okay. All right. Looks good to me. That's a pretty good idea, though, if it works. Looks like it's all jacked up, though. Also, you need a spotter for the first 2 days. 2 days. Jeez, that's back in the day. I'm a prophet of profit and also do fascia and esophagus. I'm the helicopter agenda. Apparently Michael Jackson has a Brazilian kingpin protected once in a while. I heard that too. I've never tried those. The prophets of rage. Transformers agenda. Whoospa? Yeah, don't talk about... Yeah, right. Yeah. But definitely true about adding citric acid. All right, Julio, brother. Play car. The movie comes out. Everyone's on Michael Jackson's side. Look, I think he was the cool guy, but I don't believe for a second that all those people never doubted them. Hold on. The movie comes out. Now, everyone's on Michael Jackson's side. Look, I think he was a cool guy, but I don't believe for 1 second that all of these people never doubted them and aren't trying to pretend otherwise. Well, then why didn't they bring up any of it in the movie? Why didn't they bring up any of the points in the movie? Why didn't the family want anything to do with the movie? Why did Sony get all of his rights, all of the Beatles' rights, and the family get nothing? And why did they not bring anything up about the arrest, the trial, and everything like that? That's what I want to know. The Return of the Soul. The Return is in Soul, not Return, not a zombie movie. It's one of the things that people got totally backwards. Jesus and the prophets don't come down like fairy tales. Right. They want to make people believe that it's like a fairy tale so that they think it's a fairy tale. It's deception. Julio Coolio Pandulio just reached 29 subscribers. There you go, Julio. Make it happen, brother. Those shrooms help me travel to the other side of the galaxy. Dadgummit. People swing between he never did anything wrong. Right. So, who do you believe, right? And you don't know Michael Jackson, so and you're not going to ever be able to ask him. So it's the thing. This is why it's so hard for when people deal with false allegations. Because if somebody says, "Give me $1 million," and I say no, and they say, "Well, looks like you touched me when I was a kid." And I was like, "I didn't even know you when you were a kid." Well, we did, you know, and then it's like, so the blackmail happens all the time. And that's why the whole believe all victims thing ended up going to shit, because so many people took advantage of it and lied. And yeah, so look what they did. So they destroyed his reputation because they didn't get what they wanted from him. Let me pick your brain real quick. What up, Fat Bong, brother? I agree. We got moonwalk. We need Mars walk. It's coming. You know it's coming. It's the funding. Catra. A lot of people still think he was the media has portrayed him, right? The Michael Jackson movie too. They're going to talk about is what I read. Well, they're getting a lot of shit for not this time. I would doubt that a high amount of people would try to get someone notorious or rich now. It was framed or LARPed upon. Yeah, movies suck nowadays. Yeah, Michael Jackson knew all of the rich pedos. That's why they tried to frame him as one. Yep. Watch it. Eat popcorn. Jew me, sue me, everybody do me. Yep. He was calling it out. They don't care about us. I personally think he was great with his dance moves and songs, so I'm not pretending to know the answer. Right, of course. Yeah, of course. That's it by design. When people don't do what other people want them to do. When people in positions of influence don't do what people in positions of power want them to do, bad things happen. All I want to say is they don't really care about us. He was great. Yeah. So everything back together. Suddenly I have no spark. Battery works and ignition coil stuff seems to get electricity, but still no spark. Kill switch works. Brother, it's only going to be a few things. If the kill switch works, then it's not killing the voltage going to the coil. And then if the coil works, then you should be getting spark. So what I would do, take the spark plug out, plug it into the coil, like plug it in like it's plug it into the coil, plug connector, and then maybe use a pair of pliers. But when you go to crank it, you should see the spark. If you're not getting that at all, then you're not getting that. I mean, you can try another spark plug. But yeah, you'll know real quick. You'll get a good jolt, if you grab it by your hands. You'll know real quick whether spark voltage. So you either have might have a grounding issue where it's grounding out before it's getting out, like before it's getting to the spark plug. Yeah. That's about it. I mean, if it's trying to turn over and there's definitely no spark and it's definitely not your kill switch, yeah, make sure nothing's grounding where it shouldn't be. Yeah, that's the only other thing I could think of. His cadence though is very kind. The question of how genuine versus performant it was, considering he was in the industry from. Yeah, right. Richard, when you plan to go to the grocery store. Probably tomorrow. Yeah. Probably tomorrow. Yeah. Look, I think Macaulay Culkin, he did. And there was stuff about that in the Epstein files too, apparently. It's really going to be this weekend, going to be around 80s and going to the 90s. Let's go Massachusetts. However, I do know that some things he did with his money was good. Yeah, right. And a lot of people don't do anything. Grandpa, where is our granddaughter? You probably left him at McDonald's when you got fired, brother. Pass the moisturizer. And sweaty. CDI, oh yeah, there you go. It's a bit much, ain't it? It's going freaking crazy. What up, Cheryl? The thing is, we swapped coils, right? But if I disconnect the wires that connect to the coil and turn it over, I get a shock. The thing is, I swap the coils, but if I disconnect the wires that connect it to the coil and turn it over, I get a shock. I direct it connected to the coil and it gets nothing. Yeah, you're not going to get anything with a multimeter. You're going to blow your multimeter up because you're getting 12,000 volts out, and your multimeter is only good for 600 probably. So you're not going to get anything on your multimeter, and the multimeter isn't going to freaking catch a pulse that fast. You need a long sample time. So you need something that's built for testing coils. If you get a spark, pull the spark plug out, leave it plugged in, crank it. Do you get a spark at the end of the spark plug? That's what you got to know, yes or no. And you'll see it, and you might have to hold the spark plug, the bottom bent area to the spark plug. You might have to touch that to the frame somewhere, something grounded. It's a piece of metal also. Usually you don't have to, but you might have to. But yeah, if you're not getting a spark, then I mean you're either not getting enough voltage to jump that spark gap. That's it. It's either going to be the coil. It's going to be the coil or the spark plug. Yeah, I mean it could be the spark plug wire. That might be damaged. Yeah. If the spark plug wire coming out of the coil is bad. Yeah, but that's all usually one piece. What up, Jose? Everything looked out. I also type of current fairy tales in the current world. Religions would tell a fairy tale story of God, basically corrupted by Satan himself to make people think they're worshiping God. Yep, that's a very big thing nowadays. Very big thing. See what they've done at the last two. Dang it, what's those things called? Olympics, where like people are like, no, we don't believe in God, but we're gonna remake the Last Supper with all kinds of wackadoos and stuff like that, and then now they did one with a pentagram. Yeah, it's wacky stuff. Dadgummit. CDI box controls coil ignition, I'm pretty sure. This is going to be on a scooter. It's just a single cylinder. So it probably just running right off of the, it's probably just a magneto coil on the not flywheel. What's the thing called? Flywheel, yeah. Mr. X2. Yeah, Monk's a sick man. Got to be good health, everything. We only watched it raise from 1 volt to 2. Yeah, it's going to go to like over 10,000 to get a spark. Yeah, 2 volts ain't going to do nothing. Yeah, but you're not going to be able to read a pulse width that wide. That's that narrow. Yeah, it's good cardio. A multimeter can check for resistance in ohms. It will tell you if it's stuff working or not. Right. So you can check continuity from where you plug in the spark plug to the shroud back, and to see, see if it's got continuity, to see if the wire itself is good. But if you're only getting 1 to 2 volts, you should have shocked yourself if you were holding it with a multimeter in it. You didn't feel the shock jump through the rubber to your finger. Yeah, you're not getting anywhere near where you need to be. So either when you put the new coil on, it's not close enough to be getting enough voltage. It might be too far away. Because there's it's very hard to do on a motor like that because the bolt pattern is wrong. There's no spark. We sat there and tried for an hour. Yeah, then that's got to be either your coil. It's going to be your coil. That's it. I mean, if it rotates past the coil turns that as the magnet goes by the coil. That quick magnetic flux creates a very, very high voltage. That's it. It's very easy. It's very mechanical. It's not digital. It doesn't have to have a computer in it or anything like that. Every time the motor gets to that point where it's passing the magnet that's in the coil, it makes a spark. And then so like if the coil and the flywheel are too far apart, then it won't get usually you want a credit card's width credit card thickness gap between the two. Super Obama. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Stick the plug on your tongue. James Charles, been hearing about it all along. The CDI box control initiatives, they have different names. Yeah. Yeah. This is a single cylinder jamulator. Yeah, it's a scooter. Yeah. I mean, you should still be getting a spark. It's not electronic timed. It's not they got a computer. It's just a 80 cc, 248 pounds, a 60 mile route, and miles per gallon ain't bad. Nope. So how much actual electric boat goes through your body? Electric volts goes through your body. I'm gonna say I think it's 1200. You're talking about on a when they give you the paddles. That's called a defibrillator. Voltage of a defibrillator. 1,000 to 2,000 volts. 1,000 to 2,000 volts. Is it spark or fuel? There are people who always be mocking. Yeah, that's how we've been. Hey, I'm on that viral, bro. High libido is good, healthy parameter. Of course you do. Basketball. I know pig Latin. Igpe Atenle. Survival mode. The Olympics are a known mockery. Satan made everyone mock God, thinking they were worshiping him, convinced Christians that Jesus is the absolute God, and convinced Muslims that Muhammad was just a guy. Yeah, and a lot more than that. They convinced everybody that Uthman was burnt the actual Qurans, and a lot of the true knowledge was lost when Uthman documented it. There's that's what a lot of people are being swayed with now. Yeah, always the extremes. Yeah, playing card. Yeah, playing card. Right, you don't want more than a credit card size gap. Right, playing card magneto coil space. Right. I can see the positive and negative for the coil wires. Crank it over and I got a shock. Nothing past the ignition coil. We swung it. Yeah. Then it's the coil. Then it's your lead. Yeah. Yeah, and it's not getting out the wire. I tickled my ex doing. Meat Tickle, my man. I don't catch you alive all day. I'm doing good, brother. Doing good, my friend. How you doing? Pig Latin. The pickup coil is definitely able to catch a spark if we're able to get shocked from holding the wires, right? Yes. If you're able to get a shock from holding the wire, then it's either the wire's not connected all the way through to connect to the spark plug. Like if you're grabbing the wire and you get a shock, then it's either the spark plug itself, the gap in your spark plug's wrong, or the connector that you connect the spark plug tip into in the shroud at the end of the wire, the coil wire, it isn't connecting into the spark plug. It's one of two things. Yeah, if you're getting shocked, that's enough voltage. And then if the gap in your spark plug is too wide for that low a voltage, you're gonna have to you can try bringing the gap down some. Yeah. I mean, gap can be the only issue left, or the connection into the top of the shroud. Richard patronizes me. It hurts. Giving hickeys is better than freaking wackadoodles. Yeah, Othman and those guys were the bad guys, and the good ones, Allah and his predicament, Simon Peter. Yeah, right. Well, I mean, they screwed it up. I'm gonna run errands, mess around with them. All right, let me know, brother. Let me know. I can't bet your ass to shove a big toe in your nose, doesn't it tickle? Yeah, junior high. Richard always looks down to a poor lamb. I'm doing well. Hope your streams stay treating you well. Normal guy, come bullshit with, hey, brother, I'm here. Yeah, things are going great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Don't tickle. It's a hard boundary for me. Nobody's posting. They're all tickling. They definitely are. I don't know why. They definitely are. Yep. Actually need a new flux capacitor. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, let's see. Where did I go? I forgot what I was doing. Oh, I forgot what I was doing. Okay, all right. That was a good run. Okay, what were we missing before? Okay, here, let's do this.
Weaponry.
Right, enter another
That might just
species
be
which
my
thought we were gods.
head canon. Whether it's guns or, well, all other aspects of...
Uh-oh, what is that? All right, Plus got something here. Let's see. Let's see what Plus Ultra's got. Let's see. Let's see what's going on. Ah, dang it. Oh, that's on Discord. All right, hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Hey! Hey! Oh, where's it at? There we go. Look at that. Plus Ultra got himself a 110th grade home of the Oxpecker shirt. That looks freaking snug and looking good, brother. That looks really freaking awesome. That looks really, really good. Hey, get you guys one. 110thgrade.com. Nice. Nice. Looking freaking good. Nice. I think you would be the good arborist. Should definitely get certified. Be an arborist. Be a good God arborist. I'm turning into Richard. It looks freaking awesome, dude. Looking good. Looking good. Home of the Oxpeckers. Nice. That's freaking awesome. That's awesome. That's so awesome. Plus Ultra Mogs. Basically killed Muhammad and all his family, took over the religion. Muhammad's religion was totally changed, become conquest-based camp. Oh, brother, I'm very familiar. Yes, I'm very familiar. I spent years studying. Get your shirts, hit the like button. It looks like someone I could sell. Oh, jeez, Chrysler. Nice house. Oh, that is a nice house. Look, fancy ceiling fan. I can't stop looking at the shirt. He would help us save from the trees. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's pretty freaking awesome. Don't say that, poor Plus Ultra. He looks like he's got money and a foot fetish. That's freaking good. That looks really freaking good. I really like it. That looks good. That looks really cool. Yeah. 110thgrade.com. Get you one. That's freaking awesome. That's awesome. That's me. Space count. Lovely lamb lunch. The 10
Life.
Plus Ultra.
We men know
Kendra, your
that bigger
capitalism
is
showing,
always
right?
better, right, fellas? Well, back in World War I, the Russian military clearly figured the same as they set out to make the
These Cowboys
largest
quarters
and
running out.
craziest
This
tank
shirt is
the world
packed
has
with
ever seen.
vitamins. Told you it would give you superpowers.
Tsar tank was a mobile piece of weaponry
Look at
designed
that,
to
it's got
demolish
spoke
blockades
wheels.
and even fortresses all on its own. It was absolutely enormous at 30 feet tall, which is roughly the same size as a 3-story building. As you can imagine, this big boy was pretty heavy, too, and it weighed in at a hefty 60 tons, 9 times heavier than an African elephant. The heavy vehicle also boasted some heavy weaponry, as it was outfitted with 2 57mm cannons and 2 Maxim machine guns. In order for this thing to even move, it was powered with an aircraft engine that could propel it to breakneck speeds of up to 10 miles per hour, which is actually faster than I would have thought. Especially impressive considering that it's a reverse tricycle design, supporting 2 large wheels in the front and 1 small...
I graduated high school. I don't know the difference. I know the difference there. So, where do we go from small wee wee to better Roman days? Now I can't compete. Monk. Locking in. See you later, brother. Lock in your trades.
A roller in the back. If you think that might make the machine hard to control, you're not wrong, because the SAR tank required a crew of no less than 15 soldiers to operate. Now, despite these flaws, Tsar Nicholas II immediately commissioned the tank to be built after seeing a small wooden mock-up of its design, a prime example of the kind of decision-making that made him so popular with the peasants. But the Tsar gets what the Tsar wants, and one of these loony tanks was built in 1915. Now, fortunately for the world at large, when they tested the vehicle, they found that the tank's size, weight, and crew requirements made it highly inconvenient.
Don't get.
Worse still, its
seen it 100 times,
little
dude.
dingy roller
We've seen it
regularly
100
got
times.
stuck in the earth and prevented the whole thing from moving. Now, you don't exactly want your super tank being rendered a giant useless paperweight if it drives over a puddle. So, the project was canceled, and the only Tsar tank built was disassembled for scrap in 1923. I think this tank was always doomed to Tsar-tane failure, but the world didn't learn from Russia's mistakes, and other militaries went on to develop weird and wacky tanks of their own. This monstrosity is the Great Panjandrum,
Oh my God! What is that?
a tank designed by the British during World War II. Most military vehicles use their wheels to help transport soldiers and weapons, but with the Panjandrum, the wheels were the weapons, as the entire tank was essentially a rocket-propelled battering ram. The Panjandrum's job was to plow straight into the enemy, using its two 10-foot-tall wheels to crash through their fortifications. The tank didn't carry guns, but it would be loaded with 4,000 pounds of explosives. So once it pushed through the enemy line and reached its target, it could detonate to cause mass destruction. Unlike the pathetic SAR tank, the Panjandrum could reach speeds of up to 60 miles per hour, which is pretty impressive considering it looks like something the X-Men would fight in a comic book. It was hoped this mighty death trike would be ready for D-Day to help the Allies smash through German Atlantic Wall in occupied Europe. This was essentially a thick line of fortifications with concrete walls, mines, and heavy artillery that the Germans built along the European coast when they took France and Norway. But as cool as the idea of the Panjandrum is, its flaws become self-evident when you describe the thing out loud.
I'm all about it.
A giant, driverless, rocket-propelled Segway loaded with explosives. The vehicle underwent testing in 1943, and as you can imagine, it didn't go well.
What up, overall?
As the rockets fired and the Panjandrum went flying across the testing site, it was impossible to control, and the vehicle was simply too dangerous and unreliable to produce en masse. So the Brits scrapped the idea, right? Wrong. They figured the highly dangerous machine simply needed more rockets.
What's going on with you? What are you talking about?
And a further test was conducted in 1944. This was even worse, as the machine's rockets detached from the wheels and started firing off in random directions as the vehicle itself turned and started thundering towards the spectators watching the trial. Fortunately, as the admirals and generals watching dove for cover, the last of the Panjandrum's rockets fired, disintegrating the entire vehicle in a violent explosion. Talk about pandemonium. Afterwards, the vehicle was scrapped due to safety concerns, but at least the Panjandrum was unmanned, so nobody was harmed during the test. Inner peace. Unlike our next deadly vehicle, question, when you saw the Green Goblin and Spider-Man zipping around on his glider, did you think, man, that looks safe, practical, and easy to manufacture? No? Well, shh, don't tell that to the U.S. military.
A real eye-opener on display here today is the Army's newest means of air transportation for troops in the field.
2274.
Officially, it's the
John,
Delacar
brother.
Aerocycle. Unofficially, the flying
Jesus and the
platform.
Five Trees of Heaven.
No,
the
that
highest
isn't a clip
manifestation
from
of
a
the Holy Spirit in
live-action
creation.
Looney
Jesus was
Tunes
the first,
movie.
and he left
It's
something behind,
real
and the successors
footage
were the Holy
of
Spirit.
Delachner Aerocycle,
Yeah, brother, making it
a
happen,
personal
brother.
helicopter that was developed through the 1950s. It was envisioned as a
Resides
modern
forever,
cavalry, able to give soldiers enhanced speed and mobility on the battlefield, as well as enact covert reconnaissance behind enemy lines. Oh yeah, because a dude on one of these things is so covert. The Aerocycle answers the question nobody's asking. What if a helicopter could only transport one person and put their lives in constant danger whilst
dude,
doing
could you imagine
so?
falling off
But
of there?
still, the U.S. Army
God
ordered
made the
12 units for
bunghole so we
testing,
can
and
do
the finished
it without the
Aerocycle
reason
featured a...
All right, let's see. Let's see what Catra's got here. 12 totally true myths about redheads. Let's see. They can float. That's freaking amazing. Were conceived in burning buildings. Legends state that the first redhead was the son of Vulcan, Roman god of fire. It stands to reason that ever since, redheads are believed to be part of fire, the children of arsonists. We drink gasoline when no one's looking. Often noticed for our unique diet, gingers have food sensitivities. Others don't need to drink a certain amount of gasoline every day, about 1.5 gallons. So don't freak out next time you pull up to the pump and you see us grabbing a few swigs out of the nozzle. We're sleeping with your dad. Let's see. Switch plug. They have float ACs or they're witches. Yeah. They're definitely trouble. It doesn't reside in everyone. It's just we've always been ruled by the Holy Spirit, but the ancient Arab tribes conspired and overtook it, took it into chaos. Definitely took it to chaos.
What did the British,
Sorry, British.
.32 kilowatt engine mounted on a circular platform above two 15-foot propellers.
Unbelievable.
The pilot could control the Aerocycle via a set of handlebars while leaning in different directions to alter the pitch and acceleration. Kind of like a high-tech Segway that you can operate 5,000 feet in the air.
Oh, come on! You gotta admit this is cool!
To land, the original Aerocycle featured 4 large airbags on the bottom. However, the pilots were worried that if one of these bags burst, they'd get rocketed into the air like a deflated balloon. So these were replaced with 4 landing skids instead. Now, this may come as a surprise, but the problems with the Aerocycle weren't down to functionality. It actually worked great.
Dude,
the machine was stable, easy to control.
Off of this thing right into the blades. What about whiteheads? They're on your face. Lamb definitely means it. I tell you all the time, hungry to say no to the CIA. To use his springs. Boing, boing, boing. What year? Last year, January 10th, last year, about right around there. I did a little sample, playing around, but I decided to start streaming almost every day. It was January last year. Yep. Stupid convention. Oxpeckers of Navy SEALs of the avian world. Bam. Thank you, John, brother. Bam.
Control and
Thank
even
you,
had
brother.
a shockingly fast top speed of 64 miles per hour. However, while the invention worked, there was just no getting around the constant danger it posed to the pilot.
That's crazy.
As they were forced to stand directly above 2 giant rotating blades.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard!
Furthermore, actually using the Aerocycle made you stand out like a sore thumb. And once spotted, the pilot was completely defenseless.
Thank you,
Even
John.
hucking a rock with good aim could take them out of the sky. The U.S.
Yeah, so you
military
don't get
looked
poked
past
in
these
the eye.
red
Yeah,
flags
exactly,
and continued testing the
exactly.
chopper. But when their experiments resulted in 2 crashes and some serious injuries, they abandoned the Delachner and the idea of personal helicopters altogether.
It never was supposed to be.
Still, the aerocycle is far from the craziest airborne weapon that the U.S. has experimented with. During the Second World War, the Office of Strategic Services, which was the precursor to the CIA, attempted to upgrade America's Air Force by weaponizing animals in several insane ways.
You all have
We've all heard the saying, it's raining cats and dogs, and the OSS wanted to make that a reality by fitting cats with little kitty parachutes and bombs to rain destruction on the enemy below. The cats would be dropped into enemy waters where they would apparently instinctively swim towards enemy ships to get out of the sea. Once they were on board, the bombs would detonate, blowing up the boats, and the poor kitty trying to get to dry land. Was this plan cruel? Yes. But was it effective? No.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not?
As it turns out, getting cats to do...
Can we find them? Anti-gravity hoverboards. What's up, Robert? The Gravity X3 hoverboard alternatives. No, not these. Oh, there you go. Ignore gravity. I always wanted to explore the galaxy. Maybe farther. You been with your woman for 25 years? Man, I ain't even started yet.
Anything is near impossible, and when the plan was tested, the kitties all lost consciousness in mid-air during the drops due to the stress of being thrown out of a plane and the low Gs. But even if those insolent cats aren't following orders, then why not just try another animal, like, I don't know, bats?
You sure about? Once she saw Plus Ultra in his new shirt, she gave up. Your quarter ran out. Beer date and intense debate. Have you read those triangle? You going? Yeah, yes. She thinks you too dumb. Well, that's her fault. Dumber. I guess maybe not 20 years. Didn't the Germans back in the day have anti-gravity? Listen, there's lots of theory and speculation. What up, Crying Fish? The governments around the world haven't disclosed the types of propulsion they've developed. I strongly believe UFOs, which intended to use Air Force Base from government. I mean, you know, I don't put anything off as impossible these days. I sacrificed my email for the free subscription to the article site so I could read the rest. I screenshotted it and sent you the rest. The plan and meaning of life is to be more like God. I agree. If you live forever, getting better and better and better, closer to the ultimate, the turn's end, we will get to a totally new journey. I think we're getting to the end of this one, that's for sure. Was that illegal? I don't know. Take it up with Vulcan. Hovercraft. They definitely had hovercrafts, yeah. We had hovercrafts too. And drinking years when I met my wife. That guy on the screen looks like a perv. Pretty cool shirt though. He's my crush. Got a foot fetish. Not creepy though. Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright, let's see. I don't know what order we're going in here. Okay, maybe we're in order. Let's see. All right, more about the redheads. Oops. Okay. Oops. Dang it. Okay. If you're missing money, we probably took it. Everyone knows carrot tops can't be trusted. We already proved that by sleeping with your dad, which is an image you'll never get out of your head. Just remember, things tend to disappear. We glow in the dark. This has less to do with crippling paleness than with the dangerous radioactive levels emitted by all redheads without exception. During a blackout, what a real blummer to not have us around. It's less to do with the crippling paleness. During a great blackout, the cells mutate to unnatural proportions. We don't use turn signals while driving. While it's well known that a ginger can barely operate a motor vehicle, we definitely don't use our blinker. We prefer the cars behind us not to know what we're about to do. It's not really any of your business. Sometimes we even disable our brake lights. Most redheads are in a constant state of pain. The majority of us can't remember the last time we were physically or emotionally comfortable, which makes sense considering what we look like. Every sensation is a different version of pain for redheads. So remember, next time you see one of us, stay far away. 9. We vote twice in every election. We can't go into details, but suffice it to say, we voted twice in every election since we were 18, and every election before that. It's just one of those crazy redhead traits that no one can explain. While technically illegal, the only laws applied to gingers are those of Vulcan, god of fire. Number 10, we need to borrow $750, but we can't tell you why. Speaking of money, remember that last time there's simply anything we need you to know? Well, really need $750 immediately. Freaking wackadoodles. Wackadoodles. Now I'm all... videos about jumping spiders in silence.
That's what dentist Adam Little figured as he came up with the idea to strap incendiary devices to bats before dropping them onto Japanese settlements in giant hollow canisters. At the time, lots of Japanese buildings were constructed out of bamboo, so Little thought that if the bats could roost in the homes and then ignite, they'd cause serious damage to Japanese infrastructure. He wrote the White House in 1942 to explain the concept, and President FDR personally expressed his interest in the project, telling the U.S. Army to start experimenting with it immediately. But despite the seal of approval, the tests were unsurprisingly a complete failure. Bats were even less cooperative than the cats. They would fall asleep, refuse to fly away, and worst of all, use their navigational skills to fly back to the U.S. military base where they originally came from. You know, the safe, warm place where they were fed and taken care of. I wonder why. This issue ended up causing an enormous fire at the Carlsbad military base as the bats returned home and destroyed an entire airfield. Maybe Adam should have stuck to treating teeth, and we should stick to using people for warfare from now on. Or better yet, none of the above. Is there anything cooler than a gun that doesn't look like a gun? Well, we all love it when James Bond clicks his pen and it fires a rocket, but it turns out humans have been obsessed with this idea for a long time, dating way back to this incredible gun shield. Believe it or not, Elden Ring didn't make this idea up. They were first designed in 16th century Italy before being adopted by King Henry VIII during his reign in England. The large round shields feature a matchlock pistol in the center, which could be fired at would-be assailants whilst providing the soldier cover. The best defense is a good offense, and the shields even included a sighting grill for the user to look through and stay protected. Or as I like to call it, ye old gun sight. Henry loved the idea, so he had 100 made for his bodyguards, but the wacky weapon had some obvious drawbacks. Firstly, trying to aim a gun with an enormous metal slab on your arm was very difficult. Secondly, the wielder was put in the awkward position of having to decide whether to point the gun at their enemy's torso to shoot them, or point the shield towards their weapon to, avoid getting hacked to pieces. This made the gun shields pretty useless. And to top matters off, evidence suggests that they were likely hastily made. Only 46 survive, and 8 of those were found aboard a single shipwreck, the Mary Rose. This suggests that they only experienced fleeting popularity, and many of them even appear to simply be pre-existing English shields called targes, with the gun element haphazardly slapped on. So the weapon wasn't really thought through or used, but hey, at least it inspired this.
Bring your wife to me.
The shotgun shield wasn't Henry's only contribution to history's arsenal of weird weapons. And in addition
to... the King's, not the King's Ransom, what was that called? The King's Gift, the King's something, Prima Noctura. No, what was it called? So the king wanted to sleep with your wife before, after the wedding and before the marriage was consummated. Good old days, Kiki. Cowboys and angels have all the time for you. How could I imagine that V What's fine for you? Thank you, Kasha. I can buy you some jewelry. How will this civilization end? Another flood of blood in the streets? Probably another flood. Now Cowboy and I are such a strange, perfect match. The King's Dowry. There you go.
To stuffing firearms
Bro,
into
I've asked about
targes.
300 streamers that question. You're the first one to even know it. I love you so much. Bam. I got you. I'm here for you. Bam. Wow. No one knew what it was at all. That's crazy. Bam.
He also requested a custom-made gun mace. That's right, a boomstick that you can also smack someone upside the head with. What's not to like? This awesome weapon had an equally awesome name, the Holy Water Sprinkler. Its steel Morningstar head boasted 10 spikes.
It's good to be
instead of firing bullets from the sides.
That's right. It ain't
its 3 gun
110th grade
barrels
for
were
nothing. Get you a shirt. Let me go back here. Where's it at? There you want. Get you a shirt. 110thgrade.com. Should I buy a hat? No, you should buy a shirt. I'm gonna build a rocket and build a sky castle hanging from the firmament. You should give memberships instead. Mentally only.
Located on top. It definitely looks fearsome, but as you can guess, it wasn't very practical. You'd have to awkwardly extend your arm completely straight whilst holding the weapon to fire it. And to make matters worse, you had to ignite each barrel manually by lighting gunpowder with a piece of hot.
Hold on. This is crazy because you would think streamers especially would know the lore of especially back in D&D days and playing RPGs, video games and whatnot. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that I would think that more people would know that. That's crazy. We should get Catra a plane ticket. You're going on about something about lol. Loretta, look if you have all them under my power. Loretta, look, I have them all under my power.
Coal. So the problems Henry faced with the gun shield were magnified by about 100 times here, as the weapon was just so awkward to hold and fire. Seriously, imagine trying to actually shoot someone with this thing without blowing yourself or one of your buddies away.
Good try, thank you, Plus, brother.
If you want to use the thing as a melee weapon, you're only a few smacks away from rendering the gun part unusable anyway. So all evidence suggests this would be a terrible weapon to actually use. But Henry actually had it designed more as a curiosity. Interestingly, the weapon was often referred to as Henry's walking staff.
Yes, thank you for the
So maybe the king just built it for show, carrying it around to demonstrate how cool his weapons were, like a 16th century mall ninja. Old Henry's weapons seem pretty unique, but it turns out he was just ahead of the times.
Just a vegetarian.
Guns hidden inside canes were briefly fashionable amongst the wealthy in the late 19th century, as people started carrying them around for protection. Then when Chicago experienced a rapidly rising crime rate in the 1920s, an inventor called Samuel Schwartz decided to create an even more covert method of self-defense. His totally sane option, the machine gun vest. Didn't see that coming, huh? The unnamed device was comprised of a metal chest plate with a machine gun embedded in the center. The wearer would place 2 rings around their fingers, which were attached to wires connected to the gun. One string would raise the trajectory of the barrel, while the other would pull the trigger. So if the wearer was held at gunpoint, they could simply raise their hands to blow their would-be assailant away. Now, not much is known about Samuel Schwartz outside of the articles from 1929 in Popular Science and Modern Mechanics. But we know his invention didn't catch on, and it ain't hard to see why. Reach for an item on a high grocery shelf. Oh, no! Friend goes for a high five. Oh, no! Raise your arms during your favorite psalm at church. Oh no. The machine gun vest is just a ridiculously dangerous invention. But Samuel wasn't the only one to come up with the idea. 3 years earlier, in 1926, an issue of Modern Mechanics showed a German inventor who pitched a suspiciously similar device that used a chest-mounted pistol rather than a machine gun. I guess that would make it slightly safer, but you have to wonder whether Schwartz stole his idea from here, because, whoa, hold the phone. Dogs, cross eyes cured with glasses? What? Forget the gun vest. Why was this breakthrough lost to time? Samuel's invention seems like something out of a cartoon or a video game, but while plenty of weapons work great in fiction, they aren't so useful in the real world. Wielding a giant greatsword might be a viable strategy in Dark Souls, but in reality, I'd throw out my back just trying to lift it up. Similarly, while the sword whips in games like Soul Calibur and Elden Ring look awesome, nobody would actually wield them in real life, right?
Such a fan. Definitely not a family moment. I would love to see They could stay in the background doing this. I could teach them nunchucks. I'd vegan teacher first.
Wrong. This mesmerizing weapon is the urumi, a flexible whip sword that hails from southern India and first emerged sometime between the 4th and 2nd century BCE.
The thing is about fighting Indians with these weapons is they're going to run out of energy real quick because they're only eating vegetables. And then I take my attack. Name your kids. Here thou. Have you ever squinkled a squonk lamb? Necro's got moves. Check Necro out here. Look.
India, and first emerged sometime between the 4th and 2nd century BCE. An urumi typically consists of a 5-foot-long cord and an iron handle.
Look, the Bajarao, one, okay. Bajarao. This guy probably ate meat though. Bajarao and Peshwa Martha Empire Deccan region. Let's see. The 7th Peshwa of the Maratha Empire, Deccan region, Nizam Hyderabad. Jeez, Richard emerged as a significant threat. Bajarao was led a campaign against the Nizam, which the Nizam suffered decisive defeat at Palkada. This victory solidified Maratha's authority in the Deccan region. Let's see what this guy did. When he whooping some ass.
Usually with a crossguard. The cord is affixed with thin, razor-sharp blades.
Martial artist.
And some Sri Lankan variants have as many as 32 metal teeth lining the cord. The weapon is often wielded in one of two ways.
You don't
offensively,
know green eggs and ham are lamb? Dr. Zeus? No way. Indians eat meat, even Hindu. I just don't, even if I can. Wow. Who? I eat fish now. Pescatarian. That's what's called a pescatarian. At least that's what we call it. Wham, bam, thank you, lamb. I mean, I'm surprised he doesn't know who he is. Dr. Zeus is one of the greatest children authors. That's true. Search Bajero 1 weapons. Bajero 1 weapons. No, Hoover. I've seen a video the other day on Twitter of a guy getting caught feeding a dead cow sausage. Jeez, dude. Wow, what the hell did he use that for? What is that for? What? Is that for like practice? Wasn't the clue anything high? I think Lamb knows more than we thinks. Who? Oh, it's a whip sword. Oh. Oh, flexible sword. Damn. Of course Lamby does. He just looks innocent. There you go. Horton had a who. Oh, that's why you were saying who. Man, that's pretty cool. I can't tell if it's copyrighted or not. We should have to check. The Oxpecker whip sword. That's gonna be the first 110th grade battle weapon. The Oxpecker hilted. The Oxpecker hilted whip sword. Let's see if I can. Oh, I broke something. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, I don't like it.
Yo, this is Dr. Seuss's ABC, and I'm gonna rap this bug. Big A, little A, what begins with A? Annie's alligator, A. Big B, little B, what begins with B? Barbara baby bubbles in the bumblebee. Big C, little C, what begins with C? Camel on the ceiling, C. Big D, little D, David Donald do. Dream of dozen donuts and a duck dog too. A, B, C, D, E. Ear, egg, elephant, E. Big F, little F, F.
Right, we get the point. Catcher just wants to see how hot I am again.
In which you strike at an opponent from range, as you would a typical whip, or defensively, which involves revolving the whip around yourself in a figure eight.
We're gonna need it as an enhanced weapon. It's such a fun video. I was showing Lamb Dr. Zeus. Some people have said this work, Some people have said this work, and I quote, that Lambie is a clever one. This Lambie. What up, Tony, brother?
Creating a whirring metal death barrier between you and your foe. Technically speaking, this is what we call sick as hell. And absolute practitioners still train and even duel with the Urumi in India today in a form of martial arts called Kalaripayat. This saw a revival in the 1920s as part of a broader movement to preserve different Indian cultures. The weapon is often paired with a small shield to offer some defense. But I don't think you need me to explain just how dangerous this weapon is. The razor-covered whips move fast, and one wrong twirl or stylistic flourish could easily blind, maim, or even mortally wound the person wielding the weapon, let alone their opponent. Though that said, Kalaripayat is just like any other martial art. Extremely impressive and scary looking to an outsider, but a skilled practitioner knows exactly what they're doing. Beginners in Kalaripayat also don't use a real Urumi for years, instead practicing with a similarly weighted cloth until they've mastered the basics. Practitioners also have to perform frequent maintenance on their weapons, as they become less reliable and predictable when broken or rusted. With all this in mind, the weapon isn't really a failure. Evidence suggests it was always used more for personal combat, dueling, and defense, rather than large-scale war. And that makes sense. After all, if you want a mid-range weapon, a spear will prove easier to handle and requires less upkeep. But yeah, it's not as cool. I'll give you that. Another great example is this double-barreled cannon.
This is dumb.
Its story begins in 1862 when a dentist called John Gilliland decided he'd had enough of destroying people's teeth with old-timey implements, and he wanted to destroy people's entire bodies instead by developing weapons. Gilliland worked off the timeless idea that two is always better than one, and this monstrosity was the result. Did I mention he was a Confederate? What a surprise. Double-barreled cannons had been tested before, notably by the Italian inventor Antonio Petrini in 1642. In his design, both cannons needed to be lit manually at the exact same second. As if one fired before the other, it would misalign the entire weapon, and the second cannon would fire wildly off target.
Like him.
Gilliland wanted to improve on this, so his cannon was able to fire both barrels at once.
And self-promotion. Promote your winnings. Ignore Richard. I see the guy waving the Confederate flag up here in Maine, which makes no sense. I think the Democrats are paying people to do that just to make them think that there's more hate in the world than there is. You hear what they pay? Oh, dude. They hire people in the movie industry and the extras and stuff to do stuff like that all the time. What's up, Drong, brother? All right, let's see. At least Admiral Space Cow ain't gonna give me a freaking copyrighted thing.
Hello everyone, today I'm going to be licking a Tide Pod, so let's just... Tasty! Anyway, subscribe my YouTube channel, follow my TikTok, and Instagram, and if you want to see next, I've got to go now, bye.
Yeah, they do that stuff, dude. They pay people to do that, and then they say, oh, look at this hate. Please donate so we can start something to stop this hate. And then they pay people to do stuff like that. Yeah, it's a freaking big old grift. This is the American Kool-Aid thing. This freaking wacky ass kid, I don't know what's going on in his brain. Makes you think you're living next door to those types of BS. It's really BS. That's the thing. It's really BS. No one gives a crap. They try to take things that they create on the internet and make it real life by paying people to do that. But then they always end up getting caught, but they always think they won't. Yeah, the Tide Pod's freaking crazy. Yeah, I used to use them. I've used one box of them once. I used freaking actual laundry detergent.
The cannonballs were connected by a chain.
Not concentrate.
The intent was that, in addition to the traditional damage of the munitions, the chain would also maim any soldiers standing between the cannonballs.
Tastes like death.
Nice. To maximize the chance of this happening, the cannons were positioned facing slightly away from each other so the chain would be pulled taut. But when the Confederates tested the weapon, this proved to be a bit too destructive. Shortly after it was fired, the chain between the cannonballs snapped, which sent them shooting off in random directions at great speeds. This ultimately damaged buildings, tore down trees, and killed a poor cow without a single shot coming close to target. Despite this failure, Gilliland still tried to sell the weapon to the Confederates, who...
I saw a skull and sword flag on the old El Camino in Kenny, Iowa. Dude had a huge white beard. Petrini, Penetre. The Confederate state flag is not stars and bars, which is actually the battle flag. The Confederate state flag actually looks more like the state Texas flag, right? Yeah, but nobody knows that. Nobody knows what they're talking about.
Well,
they just say stuff to say it because it was used in a couple of movies and whatnot and represented the South to a lot of people. They just went with it. Like the people that don't know, they just say, "Oh, this means hate." And whenever you see this means hate. And it's just freaking wackadoo. I had one space stored 1,000 attacks. 10 years ago, driving antique. When do we get in? When I get better at brushing my teeth. I'm doing you a favor, not being close enough. Jeez. Brushing is harmful. Yeah, that's just freaking wackadoodle.
Wait, I'm actually reading that they actually bought it, despite knowing it didn't work, despite the idea not working for 200 years. No wonder these guys lost. Every time the Confederates tried to use the weapon, it failed miserably, so eventually they just started using it as a single gun that could be fired to alert nearby troops of an attack. Today, it can be visited as a local curiosity in Athens, Georgia. And sure, it's a pretty cool site. But I really think the display should be dedicated to that poor defenseless.
Tigers don't floss, that's right.
Speaking of animals, what do you think are the most dangerous creatures in nature? Tigers? Sharks? Tiger sharks? How about the pill bug?
Yeah,
what?
Those things are
That's
cool.
not threatening at all. Well, don't tell that to Germany, who were so inspired by the fearsome creatures that they modeled a tank on them during World War II, introducing the Kugelpanzer, or if your German is a little rusty, the ball tank. This weird little contraption was powered by a 25-ton horsepower engine, which allowed it to travel at a blistering 5 miles per hour.
25-ton horsepower? 25 horsepower, 1-ton
engine with this weird little contraption was powered by a 25-ton horsepower engine, which allowed it to travel at a blistering
when I mix mac and
5
cheese
miles
with
per
my
hour as it
hair.
rolled
How
around
much do
on
the Mexicans
two
there charge
large
for burritos,
side-mounted wheels.
So for $12, $12 to $13, 14 if you get shrimp, you get one the size of your head that you can eat like 8 times. Like, yeah, easy. They have like these 2-foot around custom corn tortillas that they make. Yeah, boy. I'm going to eat those fish tacos, get the bacteria off my teeth like the alligator do. Making sounds alluring. Making in sounds. Is it illegal to call out a woman mouth skank? Is it illegal to call out if a woman mouth stank before kissing? Yeah, sure. It's absolutely legal. What do you mean? Absolutely. You can say, girl, why didn't you wash that thing and brush your teeth? You lie, and your breath stank. This guy's a freaking moron. It's like $17.
Oh, you already know we got to do a $20 hand on rhubarb.
Jeez. What up, Santiago? Good to see you, brother. Hydrogen peroxide, harsh. I'm only blocking the doorway. She's pinning me there. Washing it won't do much if she's eating trash. That's true. And take K2. That's exactly true. My gang up in the Bronx wore Confederate battle flags on our colors, and we mix a group of Italians, Puerto Ricans, Irish, and mixed breeds, and blacks, and no one ever thought of racism. No, right, yeah, that didn't really happen until after Obama. Shower was nice. Jeez, dude, it's like a 2-hour shower. Hand rhymes. Opinions so we can do things. Sweater's gonna tan and vitamins is there. Getting them vitamins, brother. I had a bath with a Japanese Hokkaido with berries, milk butter. Feeling girly. Let's see. Admiral. This is the same one? Yeah, we just watched it. What up, Glenn? Hello from British Columbia, Canada. Hey, we got another Canadian in here. Plus Ultras from frickin' Canola. Dude.
Oh, you already know.
Jeez. Man, dude. Yes. You do. No Canadians allowed. That man needs a lemon because they know how to corkscrew. See those little pills they are advertising to get a tan from. I have not seen them. I can imagine. I'm eating 3 cloves of garlic and 3 casabella hot peppers about 5 times a week. I guess it's really good to do that. Yeah, garlic's really freaking good for you. Are you sure your name isn't Narcissist? That's exactly what it is.
In theory, this low-top speed combined with the giant wheels would let the driver travel
Garden's
stably
doing really
on
good.
any
Really
terrain.
good. Really good. Trump, it looks like really good things are going down, especially for electronics, silicon stuff in America. They're apparently China's going to buy our AI chips. So we've got a couple of really big fabs and a couple more being built, and that's going to bring hundreds of thousands of jobs to America. So that's just one point of it. So it looks good. Why does your hair smell so outstanding? Yeah, garlic's really, really, really good for you. Really good for you. I came here to take B12 and kick ass, and I just finished my B12. Hello, Starco. Starco Star.
But the Kugelpanzer only featured this
Take it
one
easy,
tiny
Plus.
little window to see out of.
No,
And that makes sense from
but it appears that China wanted Taiwan because of their microchip manufacturing, silicon chip manufacturing, and apparently we just made a deal with China that we will sell them chips. Yeah. It's definitely too late, right? But sunlight on your skin, UV light, can break down microplastics into your body. Mama don't like no microchips. Is it COVID-19 or is it microplastics? Or both? Might be a little bit of both. Yeah. And freaking drinking and smoking cigarettes and freaking getting your shins hit by a freaking trailer hitch. Oh, no. Doing my own vasectomy. It's over an island. And microchip.
Retards.
No way.
Yeah, I got my right nut.
Let me see it.
What's up, retards?
That was Ultra when he was young. China says they own the island. Yeah, well, listen, you can say you own whatever you want, but if you don't fight to keep it, whose is it? Yeah, there's tons of microplastics in the streams all around our city. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Drong, have you met freaking Dare Necromancer? He's from your neck of the woods, too. Scrambled egg. Yeah, his eggs definitely got scrambled, Kelvin. Yes, God, I don't know, Cheryl. It's crazy keeping it together. We had a Korean guy in our unit who was always in front of the Monday AM PT run, and he reeked of garlic because he ate kimchi all day on Sundays. Jeez. Yeah, pollution, cigarettes, processed preservative foods, microplastic, wrong diagnosis, prolonged wrong medication, self-medication, lack of healthy diet. Yep. Right. So how many of them off of that list can we change people from doing?
Minimizing vulnerability
said
perspective, but not
West.
from a being able to see
right
anything
there.
while strapping a rolling ball on the battlefield perspective.
Necromancer meet Drong.
Alongside this low visibility, the Kugelpanzer wasn't armed with weapons, so the defenseless little pillbug was likely designed for scouting rather than direct warfare. Man, what were the Germans thinking? Unfortunately, we'll never know, as the Kugelpanzer was an experimental project, and the only evidence of its existence is a single model seized by the Soviet Army in 1945. While the Soviets revealed what they'd found, the German government were so embarrassed that they denied ever building it, and it was claimed that the vehicle was a hoax created by the Soviets. However, its early discovery and craftsmanship would make it a very elaborate hoax.
Kimchi, but
and what would be
right?
the
Yes, right. So kimchi, they don't allow it on airplanes and stuff because it stinks so bad. Octopus is in it. You got to eat when it's starting. You're young to acquire a taste. A lot of different stuff. Milk, cheese, right? And a lot of fermented foods. Vitamin K. You only really get good amounts of vitamin K in fermented foods. Hello, Necromancer. I had drawn up Uttar Pradesh, 2,000 kilometers away. Poopanji. Yes, that's where he's from, Uttar Pradesh.
point. At this point, the Allies had already won the war, so why would the Ruskies spend money on creating a parody?
I shove basketball up your ass.
Either way, the Sol Kugelpanzer is still housed in the Kubinka Military Museum in Moscow, so you can see the ridiculous vehicle for yourself. But unfortunately, as we've seen, this kind of wacky tank design isn't limited to Axis. In fact, shortly before the outbreak of World War II, a Texan inventor called A.J. Richardson pitched what might just be the most ridiculous military vehicle in history, the Tumbleweed tank. This was a completely spherical tank covered in guns, designed to roll.
Dorian. It's not allowed on planes or public transit. durian fruit. That's this right here. Yeah. Yeah. Whatever you say, poop jeet. American Gladiators. Replacement part ordered. CDIs that included extra battery and battery maintainer too, but the wires coming from the pickup coil will shock me if I plug them into the thing. That connects my spark plug. That sounds like the connector. If your hand's getting sparked, the spark plug should be getting sparked. Unless that wire is not, you don't have. Yep, it can be bad. When cigarettes were 75 cents, yes, so like rotten flesh, yeah. When cigarettes were 75 cents a pack, your mom wished they raised the price to $5 a pack so people with my dad would quit smoking. Yep, I remember hearing that when I was a young kid too. No, I'm non-racist. Spark plug, yeah. No. Did you hear about the Cold War bluff of the CIA where they got Howard Hughes to pretend that he built a ship to mine precious black rocks in the Atlantic? No, I don't think I have heard that. I'm calling BB with mid-ass names. BB, can you collab with Gypsy Crusader? I can collab with anybody that wants to collab. Absolutely. I have collected words, but nah. What do you guys hear about food shortage fears? I haven't heard anything. I'm in a very, we've got enough local farmers to satisfy our area. So I don't know if, obviously the whole United States and like the North and stuff where they don't have as much growing time could be affected, but I haven't heard anything yet. It was actually massive ship to retrieve a Soviet sunken sub. BB Yahoo. My uncle used to torture me with durian fruit. He'd hold it between his knees and breathe it in my face. And it's weird that we swapped out the coil for the one that worked. Bro had snapped the wire and pushed it. Bro had snapped the wire and pushed it back into the cap. That's probably what happened. Yeah, there you go. Right, yeah. So it's not connecting to the spark plug. There's a whole colony of Punjabis in the adjacent neighborhoods. Uh-oh. What up, truth, brother? When I found, when I was in the army, 87, 91, I could buy generic cigarettes for $2. I remember getting them for $1.50. Okay. A carton, right? Okay. I get it for $1.50 in like 1990, a pack. I think I remember my girlfriend's dad getting them from the PX for like $8 a carton or less. Wrong. Where are you from? He said where he was from. He said he was from Upper Pradesh. Meghalaya. Kazi Hills. I'm from Kanti Janti Hills. Shillong. I'll get to my parts at the end of the week. Hopefully this damn thing running. Starting to feel like syphilis. For a carton of cigs, he said. Yeah. Shillong is not 2,000 kilometers from Upper Pradesh. Uncle Sam used to give cigarettes in the rations. Yep. Get the Shillong weed and amphetamine. Magalia. I'm working on it. Jeez. I can't even speak
Pull
English.
into no man's land and blast indiscriminately at the enemy. A ball covered in guns sounds like a weapon a 5-year-old would come up with, but according to Richardson, the spherical shape was supposed to completely shield the driver from noxious gas, which had been a major concern in World War I. Unfortunately, despite capturing the imagination of military enthusiasts, the Americans didn't bite.
What state are you in? Jeez, we're at like 409 and about $7 for a pack of cigarettes. Anyway, gonna go cook dinner. All right, brother. Do you recall the Oxpeckers? I sure do. Chicago. Gee, we between 12 pounds and 20 pounds. That girl definitely must be 1,500. I only passed mine in 97. Get yourself one. 110thgrade.com. 110thgrade.com.
As the flaws were just too numerous. What if the tank rolled down a hill? What if it got stuck in a ditch? What if the driver needed to, see where they were going? This all meant that the vehicle was never used in combat, but I think that's a damn shame. Can you imagine the pivotal battle in Saving Private Ryan with a few of these things rolling around in the background?
There you go.
Or, if World War II flicks aren't your style, then how about we watch a Western? Duels at high noon are cool and all, but do you know what would make them even better? The duck's foot pistol. As you can see, the duck's foot is a gun from the 19th century that branched out into 4 barrels, allowing the shooter to dispatch multiple assailants at the same time with a single pull of a trigger. It was largely marketed towards people like bank guards and prison wardens.
Maybe the Indians were treated the best out of the third world immigrants. I wonder how Cisco Systems and Google treated them. But we never hear much. Probably could make Netflix show on them in the government. I think it would be interesting to find out. Do you recall the Da Vinci tank? Yes, I do recall. What's the biggest size? 4XL, I think. 110thgrade.com. Yeah, Tony. Yeah, brother. Send me a pic when you get one. 110thgrade.com. 5XL. 5XL. Small to 5XL. Bam. There we go. Brother, you should offer degrees on your channel for how much you educate folks. Yeah. I got to come up with something like that. That's a good idea. I can't believe I haven't thought about that yet. That's a good idea. Still paying petrol, gas, cigarettes, and liquor are probably the biggest taxes here. Jeez, yeah. Necro, Upper Pradesh gives us wheat and fruits. I think mangoes, lychees, and watermelon. I like watermelon. Yeah, boy, Tony gonna get him one. That's awesome. Yeah, I got to come up
Might
with
need
degrees.
to threaten more than one opponent at the same time. But in reality, the odds that your foe are going to be standing at the exact right angle that they'll all go down at once it's pretty slim. And if you're only going to be hitting one person anyway, you're just wasting bullets with this thing. This is the kind of gun that could only have existed in the Wild West, which was fittingly the Wild West when it came to gun designs. You see, before revolvers with cylindrical chambers became commonplace, manufacturers tried out a number of wacky concepts in an attempt to create a gun that could fire multiple rounds without reloading. Another great example of this is the harmonica gun, which had a sliding chamber in which the bullets were stored. This made the firearm look just like a mouth organ.
Thank you, brother.
But instead of blowing the blues,
glad I could help, man.
the steel slide would click along as the gun fired, readying the next bullet. I can only imagine how satisfying that was. But unfortunately, the weapon was highly unreliable. The large chamber made the pistol heavy, and the wielder would have to constantly adjust their arm and grip as the chamber clicked along and shifted the gun's weight.
Spring-loaded trident dagger. That? Damn. No, that's awesome. That's awesome. Lychee. Necro, I only frequent deli back when trading was still profitable. Now, after Amazon and the mega brands, there's nothing left to trade in anymore. I lost a chicken today. She had a soft shell egg burst before it was laid, and there was nothing I could do. Jeez. Jesus. Yeah, mine are doing good, brother. Man, that's, oof, jeez. Oh, man. I don't trade much strong. I'm a doctor. I actually don't trade at all. Specifically the gold handle one. This one right here. That one. That's pretty freaking cool. Martha needs a new chicken. Yeah, dude. I'm lucky I haven't had any issues yet. I mean, I get some brooding stuff where I got to push one out of the box because she sits in there for a couple of days. Someone should make a harmonica you can smoke, probably make $1 million. Anyone invest, I could take the prototype all over and sell it like Chris Farley and be successful. Let's do it. If you visit Delhi, I live near Delhi, GR Noinga. Dr. Nice. I'm a terrace farmer amongst several other stuff. I got a lot of blue collar work too. Good. Crescent Hand Guard. Damn, that is pretty cool looking. Martha and the Muffins, Echo Beach. Yeah, brother. I like to use clear plastic cups and clean them and reuse them over and over again. Congratulations to me. That's what I do too. I usually use glass, but I wash my plastic also. I'll draw it out. I've got one. I've got a 3D printer. Yeah, I've got a 3D printer. Absolutely. Yep, I've got one. What do you feed your girls? So I give them a non-GMO feed, but they eat mainly worms and stuff. But they get I can't remember the freaking name of it. I'll check tomorrow. But yeah, I give them normal feed, and they have a lot of access to the woods and everything, and they get all the kitchen scraps. Anyone know how to draw an engineering plan? I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, absolutely. I can do it. Absolutely. Just use the eagle and the angry birds. Speaking of, there's a whole village, cultivation in the village, I know. Not to mention the other stuff passes our state in Burma. You stab them and expand them in the foe. Oh, jeez, dude. I need ink. My own printer. Get you some. What anomaly? This is called a spring-loaded trident dagger. What do you do with your 3D printer? Depends. When I need stuff done, prototyping and stuff like that, I do. I do a lot of different stuff. Yeah, for a lot of different people. All right, Lamb. What's up, anomaly? I wish I could be living there, Jerome. I think you get shipped all over the side of the country. Nepal. Do you have? I have no roosters. I do not. I had 2 roosters, but I got neighborhood kids, like little kids, 3, 4 years old, 5, 6 years old, and they started to get violent. So I traded them for two hens. Requires 5 acres rooster to confiscate all your birds. Yeah. I'm thinking of a vape harmonica. We can make something work. We could actually modify the old Girl Style gas mask with the fish tank too. We could exit boing bang, bong bang. Make it do a bong bang. Sure, make it sound shabby. It sounds stabby. Shillong is absolutely good. Go to the man on Creamash. I used to have during my college days. They would be telling for 10 minutes. You got a hybrid? Hey. Oy vey, Akra, I'm sure you're aware that you can only stay in another city. You can stay in the city. All the other surrounding villages are protected to level limits. Wow, what's going on there? Wow.
Also, and most importantly, weapons like the duck foot and harmonica gun didn't exactly fit into a standard holster. Seriously, imagine trying to quick draw with these things. It might be hard to imagine a more awkward and oversized weapon, but allow me to introduce you to the punt gun.
Holy crap.
Yes, this is a real image, and these weapons were giant shotguns that could be 10 to 13 feet long and weigh up to 100 pounds. Carrying one of these things into a war zone seems pretty ridiculous. Unfortunately for the dudes in the photo, that scenario was never a reality. You see, as intimidating as this looks, the punt gun had a highly specialized use: duck hunting. It was created in the late 19th century in response to a rising demand for game and waterfowl meat. Like a shotgun, the punt gun used shells containing shot that spread out once the weapon was fired. But this ammo was so large that the shot would cover a huge area and distance. This meant that duck hunters could simply point the weapon towards a marsh or area with ducks, and in a single shot could reportedly hit between 50 and 100 birds at once. One happy hunter called Ray Todd once reported taking home over 1,000 ducks in a single night. But despite this insane efficiency, the gun did come with some pretty obvious problems. It was so large and unwieldy.
Right, and that's the problem is most vapes, cartridges, and vape oils and whatnot come from China, and unfortunately, there's a lot of they all get like there's. When you order bulk like that, sometimes it's many many factories filling orders, and so some people will just mix it in when they know it's going to go in with 100,000 other little bottles or other vapes or whatnot, so they cut it with wackadoodle stuff. But when you get THC ones, they're often done that way too. You can't even shoulder it. You got to lay the sock against the back of the boat. This thing, yeah, dude, no, you ain't shouldering that. I think shawarma has the yellow sauce. The Greek gyro does not. You put curry and cheese and makes it a burrito. Yeah, brother. You don't want to go to the man pure right now. The Civil War still going on. Jeez, yeah, it's the first time I've even heard of it. Favorite games as a kid. Many people are unaware of Northeast riots. Jeez. Yeah, I'm not good with the slingshot. I love using them, but I'm not good with them. I'm really good with a sidearm and a rifle. Popcorn lung. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people get it. But it's so profitable. Vapes are so profitable that when people get it, they don't put it in the news like when 3 people get freaking hantavirus and stuff. You're my angry bird. The little blue one.
It couldn't really be aimed so much as generally pointed in a direction. So if you were on a boat, the whole boat would need to be repositioned to adjust your aim. Furthermore, the gun was just too effective, and it was eventually outlawed in the U.S. in 1918 to protect waterfowl from overhunting.
Right.
Personally, I'm glad the punt gun was banned. Scenes like this from Looney Tunes would be a lot less funny if Daffy Duck were an endangered species.
But the hill
Which ill-conceived weapon of war
the way
was...
the advertising was, they were like, it's just vapor. It's just water vapor. It's like breathing in a cloud. And they were lying to people. Parts of the hilly parts of the Northeast were never technically part of the mainland, so that's why all this stuff. I made myself believe stupid ass just tuning. Yes, dude. Yes. Yeah. It puts a milky film over the esophagus and lungs that would stick to regular flour. That way, different culture in Georgia. Yeah. I mean, I don't really know a lot about what's going on in Georgia because I haven't been in that environment since well before I left Maryland. What if I only hit the bar at 6 times an hour? What would happen? Yeah, that's the problem though. Is then it keeps getting and you never know when you're gonna get something whacked out, and that's the problem. It's Russian roulette. If you can't make stuff yourself, and that's a big thing, try your best to harvest your own stuff. I was fooled into buying vapes in high school. I thought it was cool and harmless. Luckily, I was already out of high school by then. But when it started coming around, when vapes started to become a thing, when they were shaped like cigarettes, you couldn't get them with they were just the cigarette shaped ones. And that's what people were talking about. Some with nicotine, some without. Some have 3 milligrams, some have 1, some have 0. So you can quit smoking, blah, blah, blah. And then smokers started smoking them, and then non-smokers started smoking them because, then more people got addicted. Punjab extremists say they want a separate country. But Aranaki and Sikkim are very accommodating these days. Sikkim is great, better than Shlong too. Good. Yeah, I mean, but why not grow something? Like if you're gonna use it, know where it comes from. Especially nowadays, dude. People are putting Fenty and stuff like that, and people are like, I don't know why, but I only like it when I do yours. Well, that's why. I confused it with my schlong. Where are the Parsi Indians at? It says they're a Zoroastrian. I wanted to ask them if they believe in reincarnation, like the Sikhs. All right, what are we gonna miss here? I recently had an old army buddy offer me a subscription to Groovy for 2 disposable vape devices a month. He said it would help with my pain. I declined. I was a pot until 98. Yeah. I would suspect you're going to start noticing a lot more pain relief over the coming months as the stores in your liver and body start to get replenished with actual quality vitamins and minerals, and your body starts readjusting. But yeah, once you have worn down hips and stuff like that, there's I don't advise anyone to visit snow. Himalayas are on the other side. We don't have snow here, just frost and sub-zero temperatures in the winter. It comes from a nice little forest in Maya, with Maya taking care of it. Oh, nice. Thank you, Maya. I was a pothead until I ran out of weed. Schlong is lovely, but I heard and seen in pictures. Yeah, I've seen a lot in pictures, too. Drake, you're doing a YouTube show. What up, Vishal? We got another Indian in here. We got, what's it, Indian Day? What's the core? What? Jeez. Oh, my goodness. We're being surrounded by Indians. How you guys doing? Drake. That's funny. That's funny. How you doing, Vishal? How you doing, Thakor, brother? Oops. Okay, cruises from hell. Okay, let's see. Namaste.
Right, that you'd bet your life on it. Some mad scientists did. Drinking vomit, electrocuting themselves, even leaping off the Eiffel Tower, all in the name of science. Forget safety regulations. These are the crazy scientists that experimented on themselves. When it comes to self-experimentation, few scientists are as prolific as JBS Haldane. This British Indian physician of the early 20th century conducted many experiments spanning a variety of fields, but he was particularly interested in the effects of deep-sea diving on sailors. He would often place himself in a decompression chamber, an awkward steel tube 4 feet in diameter, to simulate the effects and record the results he experienced firsthand. On one occasion, the effects of rapid decompression gave him an vertebrae in the process. Undeterred, he returned to the chamber and continued his experiments, in one case rupturing his eardrum when he accelerated the decompression process too fast. In later life, he was quoted saying, "If a hole remains in the eardrum, although one is somewhat deaf, one can blow tobacco smoke out of the ear in question, which is a social accomplishment." Sounds like he's tried that before. And what a worthwhile accomplishment. After years of research in 1984, Australian microbiologist Barry Marshall was convinced that he'd figured out what caused certain types of stomach ulcers, but he needed to prove it. The quickest way to do so was by infecting someone with a nasty strain of bacteria that he thought was responsible, called Helicobacter pylori. But the hospital ethics committee refused to permit him to test this hypothesis on anyone, so you guessed it, he secretly injected a broth containing the bacteria in himself. Then he underwent an endoscopy where a doctor threads a tube down the esophagus to obtain a sample from the stomach lining, which confirmed that he'd contracted gastritis within days, much sooner than he'd expected. Despite the vomiting, ulcers, and in his wife's words, putrid breath, Marshall was overjoyed. After publishing his findings, he was awarded the Nobel Prize for his selfless disregard for his health and marriage. Hopefully, his next work will be devising the perfect breath mint. Next up, one of the most infamous names in science. Isaac Newton once said, "If I have seen further than others, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants." But after hearing about this next experiment, you'll wonder how he could have seen at all. The great 17th century scientist may be the most famous for his discovery of gravity, but he was also fascinated by the study of optics. His work with glass prisms revealed that color was a property of light and could be manipulated through refraction. But Newton wasn't content with merely understanding the properties of light. He wanted to know how humans perceive it in the first place, and how physically altering the eye could change this perception. So Newton took a large sewing needle known as a bodkin and inserted it, in his own words, betwixt eye and bone as near to the backside of my eye as possible. Now, in case you didn't catch that, he stuck a needle into the gap between his eyeball and skull and wiggled it around to see what happened.
This needs to stop now.
As he manipulated the back of his eyeball, he noted down the colors and shapes the compressions caused him to see. These distortions were caused by compressing certain color receptors in the eye, but this wouldn't be discovered for many years. The father of modern science was not squeamish, as he went on to repeat the experiment several times to test the difference in light and dark surroundings. He claimed it was just science, but I suspect he was seeking some visual entertainment in an age before TV. Is it a car? Is it a plane? Is it really a good idea? Henry Smolinski was fed up with his engineering job and quit to pursue his one true dream: manufacturing the world's first commercially viable flying car. His plan consisted of pimping out a Ford Pinto, a 1970s car that became infamous for bursting into flames in any collision, with the wings and tail of a Cessna Skymaster, which is a small twin-engine aircraft. Despite there being some concern surrounding the considerable weight of the car in relation to its new wings, the business looked set to take off. After several successful test flights, the launch of commercial production was mere months away. But while Smolinski, alongside his company's co-founder, were taking the hybrid vehicle out for a further test flight, their dream came crashing down to earth. Due to a combination of poor welding and faulty locking mechanisms, the wing support failed, and the car plummeted to the ground. Sadly, both passenger and pilot died in the fiery blaze. And so did your chances of owning a flying car. Anyone who's experienced bed bugs will tell you they do anything to get rid of the critters. Bizarrely, that's not the case at all for Regine Gries. She and her husband are both biologists working to synthesize a pheromone that would lure the pests away from our furniture. However, the research process for the product isn't for the squeamish.
Oh, no, I agree. Yeah, no, Newton had, dude, listen. He invented calculus in 1665. He invented calculus. He wanted to know how light and gravity worked, so he invented calculus in 1665. That's freaking nuts. Yeah, yes, yeah. No one else has invented another form of math like that. Did your mother not feed you street hot dogs or cheap bread? They stopped him like they stopped Tesla, the guy who made cars run off of corn. Yeah, the guy run off of water too, right? Yeah. I forgot his name. This is not the brochure for flying. Deli Belly.
Since 2006, Gries has subjected herself to 200,000 bedbug bites. She fills up to 5 jars at a time with 200 of the insects in each. And then she lays them against the length of her forearm and allows them to feast. Why? Well, she'd previously tried to keep the bugs fed on chicken and guinea pig blood.
I got me one. I've got an impact drill. Great comeback clap. So I've got it's calculus when you put everything on a graph. I mean, you need to do a lot of that, a lot of graphing and stuff, but calculus has to do with like a lot more physics stuff, like difference, but you can plot stuff. Yeah, I think trigonometry might be what you're thinking of, or geometry. But no, yeah, calculus is definitely wackadoodle. Gulp your amoeba water.
The feeding processes had been fraught with complications and issues, so to simplify things, she decided to offer up her own blood for dinner. Bedbugs occasionally carry parasitic diseases like Chagas disease, which can cause heart failure. So the experiment isn't just gross, it's dangerous too. But it wasn't for nothing. Gries discovered that bedbugs release a pheromone made of multiple components that attracts the creatures and keeps them put. Now, by recreating the chemical makeup of this pheromone, we can use it in traps to lure the nippy creatures. Sucks for them.
It ain't easy.
Now let's talk about another couple that took incredible risks for the sake of science. The work of Pierre and Marie Curie was instrumental to our understanding of radioactive materials. But, unfortunately for them, in the late 1800s and early 1900s, the scientific community knew very little about how dangerous these elements really were. Thanks to this lack of understanding, the amount of time the married couple spent surrounded by high levels of radioactivity was staggering. To put it in perspective, modern-day researchers can only handle the Curie's scientific papers while wearing protective clothing, and they're stored in lead-lined boxes the rest of the time.
Right, what up, Green Dog?
Pierre was particularly reckless when it came to irradiating himself. In 1903, he was preparing a presentation for the British Royal Institution. He wanted to display the effect of radium on the human body for possible use in cancer treatment. So, in preparation, he taped a sample of radium against his arm for 10 hours. Causing bad radiation burns on his skin. He presented his fresh-looking injury to amazed scientists, only to reveal that he had experimented over a month earlier. These types of experiments, the severity of which was not apparent at the time, were commonplace for the married couple and led to various health issues. Marie even kept a sample of radium on her desk as she enjoyed the way it glowed.
Dude,
while Marie would later suffer and die from radiation-related illnesses, Pierre died when he was run over by a horse and cart. Neither of them ever publicly acknowledged or perhaps realized the risks of radiation exposure.
Thank you for joining.
They only saw its potential in treating cancer.
Welcome to class.
The motto of the U.S. Air Force advocates service before self. And Colonel John Stapp certainly lived by those words. Stapp made his name studying the effects of deceleration on his body. In 1945, little was known about what damage is done to the body in the event of an abrupt stop. This was something the military was very keen to understand to help its pilots. So, with the funding of the Wright Air Development Center, Stapp went around building a rocket sledge nicknamed the Gee-Whiz. Fully aware that he could seriously harm or even kill himself, Stapp strapped himself in and went to work. Over the next 10 years, he subjected himself to dangerous levels of G-force and speeds of up to 632 miles per hour, earning the title of the fastest man on Earth. These wild speeds were reached in as little as 5 seconds, and the sledge would often decelerate to a stop in 1 second. Of course, forces as high as 46.2 G didn't come without a cost. Fractured wrists, broken ribs, and even lost fillings were all in a day's work. And in 1954, Stapp even detached his
So from 150 BC to 1665, no new mathematics was invented. Do the bugs that cover my PC and TV also bed bugs or that differ? Brother, I hope you don't got bed bugs on it. Probably bed bugs. They probably like the heat. Funny thing is, I used a gift card to buy a sub. A gift from my father. Do you know what an Amish girl's biggest fantasy is? Tell me, Austrian painter. To have more than one man a night. We all know basketball. You're unemployed. That sounds like a short day waiting out happening inside your computer. A short, yep, absolutely, a short circuit. What up, tracker brother? I'm churning naked butter. I'm self-employed.
No, saying it felt somewhat like the extraction of a molar without anesthetic. Despite this, there was no stopping Stapp. He would carry out 29 crazy rides of this kind. After all that, he'd learned one very important thing. Humans can survive some seriously brutal stops, provided they've got seatbelts safely on. Seriously, before then, it was worried that seatbelts might do more harm than good. However, this dangerous research paved the way for improved harness systems and airbags, and mandatory seatbelts in vehicles. So next time you strap,
and they can't
think of
Stapp.
Sometimes scientists do things that just leave us scratching our heads, and that sometimes leaves them scratching their own. In 1993, New York-based veterinarian Robert Lopez was posed a question by one of his clients. Can humans catch ear mites from their pets?
Yeah. So
after a brief
I've actually read a lot about. There's a very interesting thing about parasites and cancers and how often parasitic infection and parasitic egg masses are mistaken for cancers. And so when to stop the misdiagnosis of some cancers, especially like breast lumps and breast cancer, as a misdiagnosis as cancers, they would give people ivermectin to kill the parasites to make sure, that's actually, instead of doing biopsies and whatnot, it's instead of doing a biopsy first and cutting into somebody or doing a mastectomy, they would provide ivermectin, fenbendazole, and whatnot to kill all the parasites, then see, if the mass stuff went away. And then while doing tests for that, they found that both people with false positive parasitic cancers and cancers started to, the masses and stuff started to shrink. Yeah, it's very, very true. What city you at in Upper Pradesh? Nope, you can't make it up, brother. Bed bugs don't come out until you're asleep. They're attracted to the pheromones. Yep. I'm guessing if they're crawling on the screens, I thought he meant like droppings, and that could definitely be it too. It's also known to combat cancer cells, especially. Yes. That, I was just talking about the modern day studies that are saying, okay, let's make sure this isn't cancer. It's parasites. And then so when they gave people, and then they did biopsies, and they found out that people with cancer, it would also kill the cancer and also kill the parasites too. Right. Don't feed any hatred, basketball, baby basketball. Learn. Hold on. Don't feed hatred, baby basketball. You have to learn. Try some respect. Your parents teach you some manners. I'm honored to be in your presence. But science and medicine don't give a flying raccoon's arse about their health. No. Absolutely, you're correct. 100%. That's what I'm here for. I'm trying to help people. I read it combats cancer cells because instead of fighting the parasite, white blood cells fight the cancer. That's an interesting thing too. Right. And the thing is, like, I don't know if Monk's still in here, but him living in Brazil, they do parasite cleanses twice a year. Mebendazole they take twice a year. And so everybody's going to have some sort of parasite, something, whether it's not harmful or not, but then it's waste products and whatnot. So yeah, just getting rid of whatever parasite you have. Like, I take this stuff. I take Paragard. Yeah, I don't mess around. Richard is well studied. I'll give him hey brother. Thank you, brother. Yes, men can get breast cancer. Yep. I live on. Yes, bro. He lives on. Yep. In a world of juice. I mean, come cuddle with me and rub my back. And it would be so uncomfortable to open up breast cancer for men. Yeah. My greatest fear? Good question. My greatest fear? Good question. My greatest fear is probably to leave the planet, not having helped enough people. I know a lot about a lot of stuff that could be a lot of help to a lot of people, and so I guess I'm doing that. I'm trying to take care of that fear. But I mean, unless you're talking about like fear of drowning or something like that, that's probably one of my biggest fears is drowning. I just took a quick shower. Smell. Sounds like a punk rock band down in New Orleans. Did you wash your ass? Smells like roses. Freaking wackadoos. I'm afraid of getting bullied or beat up for being gay. I do work out and I'm strong, though. Dude, so I'm from Baltimore, Maryland originally. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia now. And I tell you what, down here is a purple state. We have Democrat and Republican leadership. Maryland was all Democrat. And there was much more violence towards people of anything. And people just wanted to beat people up. If you were gay, they would just say that's why they did it. they would just pick fights. So if somebody was obviously like flamboyant, then they would pick on them to start a fight. But I don't think, a lot of the times, I don't think it's just because people are gay. I think it's because people are evil and they want to hurt people. And they just, it's like an obvious thing to start a fight. Lean a little bit closer. Lean a little, see all of the roses really smell like poo, 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 poo. The Heights. I live near the Heights. It's Paragon. But yes, broad spectrum, yes. Yes, it's got a bunch of good stuff in it. Okay, fennel seed, marshmallow root, black walnut hull, pumpkin seed, slippery elm bark, woodworm herb, wormwood herb. Geez, I can't read. Elm bark, clove bud, garlic bulb, oregano leaf oil, peppermint oil. Yeah, so it covers intestinal worms, liver flukes, eye, brain. Why would anyone do that, Did? Because they're evil. They just want to. Listen, evil exists. Some people want to just destroy, and some people want to help people grow and heal.
Period, researching the phenomenon, he found that, not entirely surprisingly, a practical study had yet to be carried out. Lopez decided to step up to the plate, transferring some of the mites from his cat's ear into his own, using an infested cotton bud. He said he could immediately hear scratching as the tiny parasites headed down his ear canal. And soon he was struck by an intense itching sensation that didn't stop for weeks.
And Tony, if you go to 110thgrade.com, go up to the top, click on vitamins, and you can get Paragard right there. 110thgrade.com.
It took over a month for Lopez to rid himself of the critters, only for him to repeat the experiment another 2 more times.
All the projects, the newfound knowledge in AI. You need B12. Peter Chris and Kai's breast cancer and mastectomy. I watched my narrow-minded, can you be Western sometime? Like couple bullshit in your countries and define an entire country. Online Google Reality Summit. But if you look at the another way, none of it matters. That girl in basketball should be put in a ring. There's always a cliche at the end of every day. He'll knock me out in the first round with his Slim Elvis on next. I love your outlook on life. We could grab a coffee or hang out in my ghetto living. My third bluebird for stuffed animals. Yep. Necro, leave me alone. Basketball just pissed him off. Hold on. Basketball just pissed himself. I smell jealousy for no reason at all. If I'm the bluebird, does that mean I can asexually reproduce? BB is so free, I'll target you, Vishal. Poop G rib too. Everyone, thank you for being positive, not hateful, accept me for him. God knows I'm scared to be myself. Don't be scared to be yourself. Just get away from places that make you scared. Definitely spend time getting to get what you need to get out of those places. Everywhere in America ain't like that. Go to as purple as you can go, or red. I could have ignored him, but I'm having fun too. Old ass jokes. No, yeah, you guys are fine. Let me see them peepers. I'm so thankful my dog never chewed on mine because she used to take it thinking it was the dog plushie. Someday, cowboy. Someday. I like cornbread. I'm a big fan.
Interestingly, the infestation resolved itself in a shorter time frame each time, not only proving that humans can catch ear mites from pets, but suggesting immunity could form over repeated exposure.
Once you get over a fear, you're invisible, like the Dark Knight. Invisible. They're invincible. I love this ramshackle collective. Me too. Cornballs. Richard should do ASMR.
He also discovered they had quite specific feeding times, noticing increased activity in his ear between 6 and 9 p.m. and midnight and 3 a.m., meaning the ear medication should be administered in the evening. He thoroughly answered that client's question and proved that when a scientist is curious, sometimes they just have to scratch that itch. Sometimes the solution to a health problem is very drastic and requires surgical intervention. Heart catheterization is a process where a tube is threaded through a large blood vessel to the heart, and it's one of the most intricate procedures in all of medicine. For many years, doctors believed it would kill a patient if performed.
Listen, I want to grow slow and meet everybody. Do you need treats? Do the parasites infect you through AIDS or HIV as an actual parasite? Do the parasites infect you through AIDS or HIV as a cruel parasite? So, is it an accrual parasite? So, you can get them from anything. You can get them from eating food from the grocery store. You can get them for like you have a dog or cat that licks your face, or you clean its crap, freaking a bird shits on the handle of your lawnmower and you don't realize it, and the rain washes most of it off. Blah blah blah. Sharing food with other people, unprotected sex, all that, all that shit. It's just anything. The water out of the tap, it's a bunch of stuff. SMH means shake my head. I'm a legacy user. Wah, wah, wah. For real, the only person who whispering sweet nothings is my girl and Richard. It is? What's that? ASMR, the worst kind of content until mommy's saying goodnight, love you on a rainy day. Did your dad leave for milk or what? Basketball. Exactly. Richard means fire. Hello, Maple Waffle. What do you mean? He's Indian. He's just poking fun at you. Ever use Brain? It's free.
Enter 24-year-old Werner Forsman, fresh out of Berlin Medical School and full of confidence. The young surgeon was so sure that the procedure could be done that in 1929 he hatched a plan. He took a urinary catheter, stuck it in his arm, and then fed the needle 25 inches.
Water out of the tap used to be garden hose. His mouth's a boomer. Yeah, right. Yeah, I was a water hose kid myself. Richard, you could. Oh, you didn't know that? I'm a white, according to the government. How do you think he knew those things? How do you think he knew those things that would get to you? White people don't know those things. Back in segregation days, mixed people were classified as white. Good old segregation.
Through a vein, observing its course through a small mirror held up by a nurse, eventually reaching his heart. Forsman then rushed over to the radiology department to take an X-ray of this never-before-seen procedure. The X-ray technician was understandably horrified. It took 26 years before the scientific community recognized Frostman's brave efforts, and he was eventually awarded the Nobel Prize.
Hey, Fred.
I just hope they awarded that X-ray
technician. Just a couple of minutes ago, it was go get money from your sister's OnlyFans. I'm part Puerto Rican and different buff. Everyone's ass is brown depending on the time of day.
A nice glass of water and a blanket after that traumatic experience. But you know what's even worse than taking an X-ray of a self-applied catheterization? Spiders. They are the worst. Black widow spider is feared for a reason, but it wasn't until 1933 that scientists fully understood quite how dangerous they really are.
Yeah, I've never even heard the word poop jeep before. Chop that curry. I was enjoying myself, but this felt like an attack. No, yeah, you're good. It's masculine ribbing Bonding time.
A professor named Alan Blair was studying the toxicology of the female black widow at Alabama University. He was particularly interested in the effect of their
right. And then you have people that don't understand that, like our politicians, that take stuff like, don't talk old people stupid, don't do this, and they blow stuff up, like they don't understand when people are just like, that's how people get to know each other, like mom jokes and shit like that, and you know, is basketball schizophrenic or something? Catrophrenic? I know India is shitty, we all know because we have a few MRFers out there who hear all these words online. I'm not Indian. As of government is out of control. All right, Lamb.
Bite on humans. So throwing caution to the wind, he placed the spider on the end of his finger and let it bite him for 10 seconds. Over the next 24 hours, Blair was subjected to an intensely painful experience. He was taken to the hospital where he suffered tremors, vomiting, and a stiff, board-like abdomen and limbs. If you've ever had a cramp, just imagine that applied to your entire torso. Yeah, horrendous. He was finally discharged a full day later. The original intention of the experiment was to test whether repeated exposure to the toxins would build up immunity to the bite, but Blair said he, understandably, lacked the courage when faced with the prospect of going through that experience again.
He could have saved me.
In 1961, Leonid Rogosov was the only doctor stationed at the Soviet-Russian Novolazarevskaya base in Antarctica. Weather conditions were particularly bad, and when a blizzard moved in over the area, nobody could get in or out of the building. When Rogozov began to experience severe pain in his lower abdomen, he soon identified his issue as appendicitis. But trapped inside with the nearest Soviet base 1,000 miles away, getting another doctor to treat him was out of the question. Rogozov initially tried administering non-invasive measures, but when they didn't work, he had to resort to the only option. With two colleagues holding mirrors up so he could see what he was doing, the doctor began his self-appendectomy. Between the hours of 2 and 4 a.m., he performed surgery on his torso, successfully removing the inflamed organ. After 2 weeks in bed, he returned to his duties, and I can hardly trim my toenails. Leonid Rogozov undoubtedly falls on the spectrum of mad scientist. For most people, a black mamba's bite is a death sentence. But for Tim Freed, it's just a step in his morning routine. Every year, snakebites claim up to 140,000 lives and leave countless others permanently disabled. Frustrated by the lack of effective antivenoms, this former truck mechanic from Wisconsin decided to take matters into his own hands. Now, since the early 2000s, Freed has been deliberately injecting himself with...
Isn't it crazy that people, I was about to say poop jets are doing, people that poop jets, people are doing stuff like this? Like there's some guy in freaking some state in America that's letting venomous snakes bite him so he can create antibodies, antibodies, whatever, to give to people that get bit accidentally. Of course it's Wisconsin.
Venom from some of the world's deadliest snakes. The principle behind his daring experiment is known as Mithridatism, the ancient practice of building immunity through gradual exposure to toxins.
They were both poisoned.
Over 2 decades, he has endured more than 200 bites and 700 venom injections in his quest for resistance. But the road was far from smooth. In 2001, 2 cobra bites in quick succession put Freed in a coma for 4 days. And he refused to stop. Years later, he famously survived a black mamba bite on camera, a snake capable of killing within 30 minutes.
Bastard.
Make it fast.
He's not idiot, this bastard. That doctor was very clever mimicking handling suspension. Right, Back in 1951, my mom's dad was told to go to the back of the bus around Fort Lauderdale. Grandfather was from southern Italy, Bari. He would get very dark in the sunlight. He was called the N-word. Wow. Damn. I know where I'm going. To Wisconsin, not to India, that's for sure. Dude. Dude, balls of steel, freaking, yes. Do you recall Face Raiders? 18 from what I just read. Yeah, I think that's the country.
And again.
Damn,
2 bites.
dude.
Nice.
Yeah, don't try this at home, kids. Freed's extreme efforts caught the eye of Dr. Jacob Glanville, the head of biotech company Centevax. Tests revealed that his blood did indeed carry the antibodies to neutralize fatal doses of the poison from multiple snake species, making it a potential universal antivenom. Today, as Centevax's director of herpetology, Freed's once reckless quest might help thousands. I'm just glad he volunteered, so the rest of us didn't have to.
Jeez.
What would you do in the name of science? Well, if your name's Stubbins Firth...
Right. Yeah, teachers everywhere don't care. It's Michigan. Yeah, herpetology is the study of reptiles. We had a herpetology area in the zoo that I worked at, the Maryland Zoo in Baltimore. Herpetology.
Terribly bathe in dying people's vomit. Let me explain. Back in 1801, a young medical student in Philadelphia set out to answer a burning question. How does yellow fever spread? Yellow fever's a nasty little virus that starts off like the flu, then turns your skin a worrying shade of mustard and your insides to mush. Understandably, this was a pretty pressing problem. At the time, most blamed bodily fluids, particularly vomit, for spreading the disease. Firth, however, had a bold theory. It wasn't
venomous
contagious.
snakes bite you to give you out antivenom is absolutely badass. Yeah. So poisonous is if you eat it. You bite it, you eat it, it makes you ill. That's a poison. Venom is if it bites you, it's venomous. If you can eat something and it hurts you, it makes it poisonous. So some venomous snakes aren't poisonous, but they are venomous. But yes, let alone the grammar Nazi stuff there. Letting venomous snakes bite you out of venom is absolutely badass. There are some men on this planet that will do things to save other people. It's absolutely crazy. The Poison King Mithridates. Mithra. What a funny name. He will earn more doing a live stream while getting bitten by a snake than the stupid change the cash the government will give me. Yeah, I agree. When are you going to send me some flowers? Google it, basketball. You might actually know. What up, ND, brother? Basketball, that's just stupid. I'm in class right now. I can't cheat. I got bitten on my foot by a rattlesnake. Luckily, it didn't penetrate my cheap Chinese soles. I still have the shoes with the fang marks in it. Damn, William. Damn. Did you get my email, William? I heard that you take your vitamin pills anally, that they will get absorbed faster with mushroom. No. That won't work. Most absorption happens in the small intestine and at the stomach and small intestine. So if you put them in your pooper, they're just going to come out your pooper the next time you poop. So they won't have a whole lot of time to absorb through. So mouth is definitely so mine dissolve in the mouth or they're liquid. Yeah. But if you want to stick them in your pooper, there you go. I think Richard missed what I said. I did miss it. I don't even see it. Echo, that's hemorrhoids and massages. Catra, Tony, Admiral, crying fish, venomous. I'm in class right now. I can't cheat. That's the only way. That's the last thing. That's all you say. I'm in class. Is Catra and Mook House sitting in a tree? Kissing. Cowboy gonna penetrate. I won't get into what's venomous and what's poisonous. I would end up staying far, far away, right? I'll make it to a point to refer your channel to all my friends. The humor and voice impressions are fun. Hey, thank you, brother. Please do. Yeah, I guess I should say that. Like, share, and subscribe. Yes, yeah. If you can share it, that'd be great. I'd love to have a broad audience. Chinese shoe. Yeah, right. It withstands something. You didn't get an email? Did you send an email? I thought I got an email from you. I thought I responded. Let me see real quick here. Neurotoxin, hemotoxin, myotoxin. Neurotoxin affects the brain and the central nervous system. Hemotoxin affects the blood and the blood, and myotoxin affects the muscles. Myotoxin. Yeah, I think I'm right there. Yeah, never asked Catro. Didn't rattle. The government spy and the toy train collective. How cute. Well, massaging the prostate. Yep, it will do that. Fantastic figure, man. What did it say? The age of consent in India. Embryo. I would just let milk those venomous snakes in the antivenom. Yeah. He wants something to put on the internet, though. Catras and the Chinese foot bonding. Definitely ultra. No, you didn't say. Okay. It said William. I got something from the first name William, so I thought it was you. Send me an email. What's this email stuff you're doing with your inner circle? Yeah, somebody sent me an email on my website. Asking about particular stuff. Anyway, so I thought it was that William. Neither a Chinese foot binding is a weird finish. I'm not sharing none of my friends. I'm gatekeeping. Vishal. My legs shaking like hell. Turn the rest of the shaking off in two. Yes, I'll add them to my Discord too. You might receive friend requests from them. Just be sure to be on your guard for the scammers. All right, brother. No, yeah, I'm good. That's so true, Vishal. Hey, that's the first time I heard you say share and sub. Are you getting accustomed to the ritual? I don't know why I never do. Yeah, I never do. I think a lot of most streamers, they're really obsessed with numbers, and I don't ever see I don't even know how many people are in the stream right now. Sometimes I'll look on my phone and check. Yeah, so 13 people it says. But yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't. What up, Monk? Yeah, we got rattlesnakes here too in Georgia. Where are you at, William? Yeah, things were getting spicy. Yeah. Do you know about the mid-sized? I don't. Is Vitaly locked up in Thailand for practicing alternative medicine? Pray for Vitaly. No, dude, he's even worse trouble now. He came back to America and he tried to find a predator thing, and there was a guy that was talking to a girl that was his age, but when he went to go set a guy up, apparently he ran up to the wrong guy and put the cameras in his face on a live stream, and so yeah, he's in a bunch of trouble now too. I'm only obsessive. The only number I'm obsessed with is 69. Anti-snake venom is made from horse antibodies. Right. Yeah, they typically have the snakes bite the horse, just like what they're doing to him, because the dose, the fatality of the dose depends on the weight of the thing being bit. So horses can handle snake bites, so they're doing exactly what he's doing to himself, but by the horses. Redhead magic. California desert. Okay. Yeah. I'm in Georgia. Google Mets. Yeah. Okay. Ancient Hebrew Hebrew for suction my mouth, an ancient historically practice been performed immediately after male infant circumcision. Jesus. During this step, circumciser places the mouth in to draw blood away from the cut. Jeez, slurp, slurp. Whoa. What else? Cadre talking into him. I got high blood. What up, Leslie? I got high blood pressure. I took my first prescription today from the dispensary tonight, and I think it helped a bit, down to 110/77. You want to hear something? Do you know what that is, Leslie? This is very interesting. Guess what numbers that is? 110/77. Well, 110th grade, first of all, but 77 was the year I was born. That's my birthday. January 10th, 1977. 110/77. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. But that's really crazy. I wanted to say dispensary. My doctor told me to do THC to lower my blood pressure. Okay. Oh, you wanted to say dispensary. But did you know that? So did you know that about my birthday, or is that accidental? What's up, Jeremy, brother? I was told that too. Marijuana raise my blood pressure. Jesus. It's a common practice amongst them. I think about building a game where you are a pigeon and you have to spy on people throughout the game. Better motor camera processor and so on. Yeah, do that. Do it. I'll help you. I'll help you if you want any help. Yeah, I would love to work on it. Just watching McDonald's someone showed McDonald's tries plastic particles in them. Guaranteed, dude. Guaranteed. They're freaking so wacko. Semen actually helped the women ingest selenium in it. That's what I tell them. I was 12 years old in 1977. Yeah. They upgrade a pigeon simulator. I was 82. Yeah, January 10th, 1977. 10-2 and weighed 110 pounds, 2 ounces. Pick 3. I was thinking about making this a game where you crash on a planet and you got to refuel your jet and run around with crabs. I'm working on that too. I was born on the 1st of October too. Legitimate laid back Libra. Okay, let's see what Space Cal's got here. That's crazy that she said 110/77. January, yes. I should give more personal information. Oh, jeez, dude. This guy. What the freaking... Look at this freaking guy, dude. Jeez. 9,700. An older gentleman tried to force himself on him. Is that make me gay? Yup, it sure does. That was what makes most people gay. Dun, 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 dun. Jeremy, what's your credit card number and password? Is that what you're looking for? Yeah. People forcing themselves on people makes it... I shouldn't have said that.
By diving headfirst into other people's stomach contents. He started small by feeding animals with the notorious black vomit collected from dying patients. And when they failed to contract the disease, he upped the ante, rubbing it into his own open wounds, dripping it into his eyes, and even injecting globules of the stuff straight into his veins. Despite all this, he didn't catch yellow fever. But this wasn't enough for old Stubbins. Oh no, he went even further. Gulping down spoonfuls of the horrific stuff and frying up 3 ounces in a pan and inhaling the steamy vapors like a gourmet spa treatment. And finally, because why stop there, he slept in a closet, turned vomit sauna, which unfortunately was exactly what it sounds like. Just a casual Friday night in the 19th century Philly. Somehow, Firth remained perfectly healthy and triumphantly declared yellow fever is not contagious. And he was technically right, just wildly unhelpful. Patients whose vomit he harvested were in the late stages of the disease with low viral loads. The real culprit would take another century and another batch of equally unhinged scientists to uncover. By the late 1800s, yellow fever had become one of the deadliest diseases in the Americas, killing more than 20,000 people in a single outbreak in 1878. A Cuban physician, Carlos Finlay, had suggested a little while back that perhaps
just came out today?
were to blame.
2. I didn't see you.
But without proof, his idea was dismissed as nonsense. Enter the U.S. Army Yellow Fever Commission, founded in 1900 and led by Major Walter Reed, who had a young assistant surgeon who took Finlay's hypothesis very, very seriously, Jesse Lazier. Now, how seriously, you ask? Well, instead of waiting for lab trials, Lazier had collected some mozzies that had recently dined on yellow fever patients, rolled up his own sleeve, and said, "Bite me." Within days, Lazier contracted the disease and died at just 34, leaving behind a wife and young children. His notes, published posthumously, confirmed Finlay's theory. Mosquitoes were the real culprits. That's something at least, buddy. These days, yellow fever is usually treatable, but mozzies haven't lost their edge. Just ask 27-year-old Bong Thet from Cambodia, whose leg ballooned to 5 times its normal size after leaving an infected mosquito bite untreated for years. Doctors eventually found that he'd contracted lymphatic filariasis.
Right, so mosquitoes that just bit people that died of yellow fever, you then have them bite you. That's not a good idea, right? Walter Reed, that was him. That's who. That's the guy that the hospital's named after. Brother, it's a leg, a big old leg. The daughter. Do you know about when the government released millions of mosquitoes in the U.S.? I forgot. So they're actually, it's actually been done multiple times. Should I utilize a rubber? His leg balloons out. Should I got to bite on that schlong? Only one you're thinking of is me. Elephantiasis.
A rare disease caused by scratching through mozzie bites, which leads to microscopic worms entering the body and extreme swelling. So, maybe best not to scratch that itch.
Hold on.
Meanwhile,
when you get your numbers up to 3 dozen, it will be difficult to read them. Yes, I agree. Yeah. Sitting on his lap, relax. The government, U.S. government did Tuskegee on the blacks. Yep, absolutely. It doesn't even matter if you didn't go voluntary for the vaccine. Yep, they're gonna send it to you. I had hernia surgery on my testicles swelled to 5 times their size. Didn't hurt, but freaked me out. It freaked me out too. Jeez. Oh man.
While across like this. Doctors eventually found that he'd contracted lymphatic filariasis, a rare disease caused by scratching through mozzie bites, which leads to microscopic worms entering the body and extreme swelling. So, maybe best not to scratch that itch. Meanwhile, across
That's when you can talk about your products, and we'll have the super chat, a legitimate medical question. Dun, 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 dun. Let's do it. All right, let's see what frickin' Lamb's got here.
Right. Who are you? How'd you get in here? I'm a locksmith. And I'm a locksmith.
Who are you? And how'd you get in here?
World in the turbulent heart of early.
You go to the dollar sign down here at the bottom right here, and then you click membership gifting, but it just goes out randomly. But I'd appreciate it anyway. They said it was normal. Oh, jeez. Best questions. No. That's what I think. It's not an option for me. The time will come if. Brother, I appreciate it. Absolutely, I appreciate it.
The 20th century Moscow, where
putting in the
revolution and science intertwined, one man was setting out to conquer death itself. Alexander Bogdanov. A physician, philosopher, and co-founder of the Bolshevik
not
movement,
showing up.
Bogdanov turned from politics to a far more radical perspective.
I don't know why. Yeah, if you hit the gift icon or whatever, it should say. Oh yeah, that's crazy. Let me see. Why does YouTube live stream not show an option to gift a membership? YouTube live streams lap membership gifting because it's not automatically enabled. The view is a brand. If it's a brand account or creator hasn't activated it, well, I definitely do. Allow gifts is, yeah. Sometimes the feature is buggy on mobile and trying a desktop can fix it. Wow. To enable receiving gifts. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, scrotum is definitely a word. All right, Tony, have a good night, brother. The bit B12 on your site. The B12 on your site is like 40,000 or 400. It's 5,000 micrograms, which is 200,000 of the recommended dose. Yeah. Yes, it's safe. It's safe for long term. So it's water soluble. So your liver fills up a stock of it, and then you pee out the rest. Yeah. Yeah, and like they have, there is also dispensed B12 at twice this strength. So this is 5,000 micrograms, and they've also got 10,000 microgram for daily use also. But that's only really needed if you're in like severe deficiency, or you have a problem where you really can't like absorb it at all. But yeah. So yeah, you'll pee out the rest. It's showing. If you listen close, you can hear them smack their nether regions. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's crazy. I can't believe they haven't fixed that yet, knowing that's a problem like that.
Pursuit, immortality. By the 1920s, scientists were just starting to understand blood type.
It probably won't be till the end of the month, Tessie. Did you enjoy it? That's better. All right. Still not showing. Yeah, thank you, Tessie. That's my grandmother's name. Tessie May. Grandma Tess. Yep, that's a good name. Oops.
A breakthrough that made blood transfusions safe for the first time. Before then, it had been a bit of a gamble. Mixing incompatible blood types could be fatal. Bogdanov believed that blood carried more than oxygen and nutrients. He thought it contained the personal strengths of its donor.
Yeah, my problem. Yeah, things got I think things got really busy, and yeah, I'm back in the swing of things, so I got the editing to finish. Testy May. But it comes from USA. I can only afford $1 a month super chat bill for the super poor. It's all right, brother. Yeah, don't put yourself into financial issues. I appreciate whatever happens. Testing. Why we got a handful? Why do we just have a handful of blood types? That's a good question, brother. That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that for sure, and I don't even know any theories of why. Yeah. Testing me. I thought I'm gonna blow apart. I think I'm gonna blow. Oh, jeez, you freaking wagadoo. Where did you learn animation? Me? I've always drawn. So what I use here is an app called Libre Sprite. And if you want something to learn on for free, Libre Sprite, right? And So it's a very easy, you can do that. You can use this for free, Libre Sprite, to do like pixel art stuff for like video games I'm working on. I do pixel art stuff like that in this, and it also lets you do the animation. And there's a lot of tutorials on how to do it. And you do a thing called onion skinning. So when you draw one thing, it's solid. Like, say you draw the car, then you can do what's called onion skinning, where it fades that out like 50%. So then you can draw over top of it to what will be the next step in your animation. And then you can onion skin that and then draw the next step. So you know where the previous picture was for the previous frame. It's from the same people that make GIMP, yeah. Yep. Animation. Yeah, it's like for GIMP, right. This is for video games, though. Pretty cool. How long did it take you to animate? So I didn't do the animation. My editor did. It took him about 2 hours. I feel like the odd one out without a mod. The odd one out. The mod one out. The mod one out. What did that break? Huh? The mod. I was brainstorming alone about the human and the question population of biology, human aware. I was brainstorming alone about the question, is human population a result of biology or human awareness? I wasted my 2 hour mood. All right, hold on one second. I broke something. I'll say ovulating. I'll give you favors. You are a model now. What up, Michael? Now I can ban the Indians. Katra, a handful of blood types because we came from Adam and Eve. Abel, Cain, and the wives also gave a father gene of mankind, the emperor. That's why Rebuke Gilman is so strong, primarily a son of Ultraman. Adam. Okay, let's see. Girl needs sleep. Yes, yeah. Open source, yeah.
Yahoo!
He is in the other dimension.
If so, transfusing young blood could rejuvenate the body and perhaps extend life. Therefore, between 1924 and 1928, he began transfusing himself with blood from his students, his wife, and allegedly Lenin's sister. Be grateful he wasn't in your social circle. Bogdanov claimed his vision and hair loss were improving, convinced that he was edging closer to eternal youth. But his final experiment destroyed all chances of achieving true Edward Cullen status. In 1928, he transfused himself with the blood from a 21-year-old student infected with tuberculosis and malaria, which predictably proved lethal. Within days, the man who sought immortality was dead, while his donor recovered and survived well into the 1980s. If I mention famous bike rides, you probably go straight to lycra-clad athletes racing across France, right? Well, some also celebrate a far shorter ride. One evening in April 1943, a 37-year-old chemist wobbled home through the streets of Basel and became a legend. In the spring of 1943,
just sort of take a walk in different directions
No,
today.
I'll have to keep that on the back burner.
And I found this.
Yeah,
It's like it's about 5 minutes walk from my house. Never been there.
Lamb didn't get to Florida. Lamb breaking. He's definitely socially awkward. I'm drifting to sleep right now. I guess I caught you stream at the wrong time. All right, brother. All right, good night, Michael.
That's lovely.
How come getting an online girlfriend is easier than getting a real life one? Good question. Not in America, brother. A lot of the hoes are online.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake.
Swiss chemist Albert Hoffmann was revisiting a forgotten lab compound at Sandoz Laboratories, lysergic acid diethylmide 25, or as it's more commonly known now, LSD. He had first synthesized it 5 years earlier from ergot, a toxic rye fungus. Initially shelved, Hoffmann decided it deserved a second look, and during the process of resynthesis, he accidentally absorbed a tiny speck through his fingertips. Soon after, the world began to melt. He felt dizzy, restless, and then strangely euphoric? Fascinated rather than frightened, a few days later on April 19th, Hoffmann did what any rational scientist wouldn't and deliberately ingested 0.25 milligrams, more than double what would be considered a full dose today. The result? According to him, a dreamlike state of fantastic pictures, extraordinary shapes, a kaleidoscopic play of colors. It could just as easily have been lethal. He had no idea how dangerous the substance might be. That evening, he just about managed to cycle home successfully under LSD's powerful influence, a surreal journey now known as Bicycle Day. Some scientists study plants, others find cures for diseases, and then there's Michael Smith, a social insect biologist at Cornell University who decided to pursue a pretty different research path, where on the human body a bee sting hurts the most. In 2014, Smith decided the only suitable test subject for such an experiment
He wanted to know where on the body the bee stings stung the most or hurt the most.
Was himself. He mapped out 25 body parts from armpits and fingertips to, eventually, his own gonads, and invited his winged friends to sting him repeatedly in each location. Imagine trying to pitch that to your college ethics board.
The problem is that what they're doing, what they're doing here in America, where they made them not illegal, then people in the cartels end up spending a couple of years getting people in government. So then they say, oh, hey, we need to make it easier for these people to get drugs so that they can get their lives back together or whatever bullshit their lines are using. And then people end up doing more drugs and they can get money from the government to buy more drugs and the cartels just make way more money. Yeah, on his balls, brother. On his balls. Lamb, have you participated in the nude bike rides over there? The nude? No. But nude I have. Yeah, right. Right, the government's making more money off of it. The cartels are making more money because instead of people running out of money and then sobering up, they run out of money and they get money from the government and then they keep buying more. So yeah, they're just selling more, right?
The results were enlightening. Surprisingly, the nostril topped the agony charts, while the knee pit, that little hollow behind your knee, earned the title of...
I'm going to call it a night here in just a few minutes, too. I'm tired. Bicycle. All I was wearing was chaps and a smile. Yep, that's all you need. I just order it.
Of weirdest sensation. Smith's conclusion was both scientific and poetic.
Yes, I agree.
You're going to want more stings to the privates over the nose if you're forced to choose. Stings to the nostril were violent, immediately inducing sneezing, tears.
He got a bug bite on his inner nostril.
And a copious flow of snot. I'll bear that in mind, Michael, if the dilemma arises. For his heroic self-sacrifice, he earned the 2015 Ig Nobel Prize in Physiology and Entomology, an award for research that makes you laugh, then think. I'm sure his study did have some scientific value on understanding pain perception, but sorry, I'm struggling to justify this one. I guess we'll just remember him as the world's bravest and most unhinged beekeeper. In 1912, French tailor Franz Reichelt decided to merge fashion with physics. His big idea, a wearable parachute suit, a silken contraption that would blossom into wings should a pilot have to leap from his aircraft and drift to safety. He began by tossing dummies wearing prototypes from his fifth-floor apartment window, then from 30-foot platforms. Let's just say the mannequins didn't quite stick the landing. But Reichelt pressed on. He wanted height, spectacle, and a dramatic debut. So he set his sights on the first deck of the Eiffel Tower. Authorities granted him permission, assuming that a mannequin would be taking the plunge, but last minute, before a crowd of journalists and gawkers, Reichelt stepped forward wearing his invention and announced he would jump himself. From 187 feet up, he leapt. I know what you're thinking.
Leave him alone,
what an idiot. And you would be right. The parachute failed to open, and Reichelt plummeted to his death, an event unfortunately immortalized on film.
You're a mod now. You gotta lead by example.
He became known as the Flying Tailor, even though, he didn't fly, and joined the myriad of other pioneers who lost their lives in the pursuit of safe human flight.
I agree, too.
In the summer of '61, beachgoers in...
There's no way in hell... We'll talk about it tomorrow.
North Queensland were plagued by a baffling illness. Swimmers would stagger ashore in agony, convulsing, vomiting, and clutching their chests as if Poseidon himself had it out for them. Doctors dubbed it Irukandji syndrome, after a local Aboriginal tribe, but the victims never saw their attacker. The task of solving the mystery fell to Dr. Jack Barnes, physician, toxicologist, and part-time maniac. Armed with nothing but a casserole dish and questionable judgment, Barnes waded into the surf and scooped up a pulsing jellyfish no bigger than a thumbnail. Convinced he'd found the offender, he decided to prove it on himself. With no volunteers handy, aside from his 10-year-old son Nick, Barnes let the creature sting the both of them, plus the local lifeguard, who joined in out of what I can only assume was peer pressure. And within minutes, all three were doubled over, writhing in agony. Pain relief was administered, the diagnosis was confirmed, and Karukaya Barnesi was named in Barnes's honor. Barnes called it a calculated risk. Sure, I'm sure that's why the research project earned him an honorable mention for the Darwin Awards for idiotic experimentation. Long before Frankenstein's month...
That's enough. I'm done. I'm tired. I'm going to go to bed. All right, everybody. Favorite rock band? Probably Jane's Addiction was probably the band that I listened to the most. But I really liked the Police. I really liked Sting. But yeah, probably Jane's Addiction as like a rock band. I'm not British. All right, I got it. Love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, bye bye.